So it is also that reminding people the role of the responsibility of High Commissioner, which is determine the level of service and establish goals and level of funding, approving budgets and tax levies. So that is our critical thing. That is when strategic planning. So that's the reason we're holding the administration accountable, so to speak. I'm really concerned about, if you go back to page 5, that CFO did a really good job summarizing in the past 2018 to 2022, we have an average yearly surplus of $3.1 million and total surplus of the last of those years is $18.8 million. But on page 9, which is nothing new to us, and the for the 6-year forecast, we're citing the deficiency of the $48,907 in 2024, and all the way go to 2029, and we have $31,596,491, $31 million kind of in deficit to our target. So this does not even account for the bond payment if we going to getting $250 million bond placement, then we will have to repayment the bond. So that's the reason we got to really look at our budgets and the future one. 2 comments I have. First of all, I want to say our CFO did a really good job of much more better presentations of the budgets and the reasoning, and I really appreciate that. But one thing I constantly is hearing, I think, from my opinion, is not really, besides the annex of Mill Creek, which is adding 1 station, the other than contract city from RFA, from contract city to RFA, should not really impact just because annexation does not increase the operation, but we have to increase operation budget because of the growth of the call and growth of the growth of the call and the population have gone. So that is a reason, not because of the converted to the RFA. And the secondly, I think good practice in the past is, well, at least from my experience in the accounting and financial world, I think I've advocated many times. We really like to see what is a task on each job description and how much time it take them to accomplish that. That standard is really good. That not only is it's only for the evaluation, so that during the evaluation, the supervisor can say, "Okay, here's a task at a time. Did you do it, appropriately?" And then that will also justify a new position. Because right now, when we have new positions, say, "Oh, we're busy," that's to me, I would like to look at it more objectively as someone equivalent. Why do we need an extra additional person because of task or increase of volume and that type of thing? That has been practiced in my whole life in private industry. I tell you, private industry is really stringent of adding a body. They don't just say, "Oh, we're busy." So if we look at that more objectively, it's much easier for me to approve the additional position. So that's, I'm hoping to set a tone here today. So if I ask a lot of questions, don't get personally, and just because it's for my understanding to make my decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chan. Anybody else? All right, we will go on to item 5, the 2024 South County Fire Budget Discussion. Commissioner Lawrence did let me know that he will not be in attendance today. And so with that, Chief Financial Officer Bothwell, take it away. Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. I have a brief presentation to get us started. So we've got kind of broken this presentation into 4 parts. The first will be a status quo budget update. So we've been talking about the status quo budget for several months. And I've got a couple updates for you on that. The second item will be a discussion of the historical surplus or deficit and budget underspend or underrun. And the third item will be long-term revenue planning. So we're going to pick up that topic where we left it back in July. And then the final item will be decision package presentation, where various staff members will present some of the items that were proposed for the chief's preliminary budget. So just as a reminder, the status quo budget is the forecasted cost to maintain current levels of service in the coming year. It does not include any discretionary items or one-time items. It does assume the current revenue mix and historical revenue increases. So 1% plus 8% new construction for property tax, 2% on the benefit charge, and so on. In August, we calculated the status quo deficit of $2.8 million. And so I've got 4 updates for you tonight. They're a mix of revenue and today. I've got a mix. They're a mix of revenue and expenditures. Got 1 revenue and 3 expenditures to update you on. The first one is GEMT, or Ground Emergency Medical Transport revenue. When I presented the forecast originally, I noted that we forecasted based on a 3-year moving average, but that we had reduced the forecast for 2024 based on some correspondence we received from the agency that administers that program. We've since done some research on that and determined that we're unlikely to see that reduction. So we're increasing that back up to the result of the 3-year moving average. So that adds $1.2 million to the forecast. The next 3 items are expenditures. These are all increases. So the first one is operations overtime. The original forecast included just an inflationary increase for operations overtime. We spent some time looking at the detail on that and discovered that since the new contract was implemented, the cost of overtime has increased by about 25%. So even though usage has been pretty stable, this adjustment increases the budget up to what we need based on that increased cost from the new contract. The third item there is fleet maintenance.
Should I stop you and ask this question in particular, or should I wait until you finish? Okay. Yeah, overtime has been a struggle for us for a long time. And you guys, over you have been here a long time. Because on one hand, you don't want to hire additional body because overtime, a lot of time, saving, you know, the costs in there. But, and I just, how does that compare with prior years? Because I know that just recently, the article coming out from PUD, I don't know if some of you heard, I think Commissioner Kenny saw that article. Yeah. It is not really good. The alignments in there make $600,000, $700,000 a year. That is crazy. I know PUD a little bit because I did one trying to run for the time. And they justify it because they reducing the contract outside, but there's no analysis saying that. That is not a, I know that one situation where one particular individual have done a lot of, is retired now, you know, like to take over time. So are there any analysis how does that compare to prior year, all of that, because it is a lot of money in here. And secondly, overtime does burn out our people too, even though they volunteer to do it.
Great question. I can speak to the math that supports this, and then maybe if anyone else wants to jump in on the operational aspects. So what we did is we pulled the total number of hours that were coded to overtime codes in 2022, and then in 2023 for the first 6 months, and just compared that to the actual expense that coded in the GL to overtime to come up with an average rate. The average rate was 25% higher after the contract was implemented. The hours were stable for the entire period. So we aren't seeing a huge spike in usage of overtime. It's just the cost of the overtime has gone up. That's the extent of this adjustment, but if the operations go stay, it's going down.
So I'll start with, because I know Chief Asatella did some work on this, and so I'll let Jason start first, and then I'll fill in.
Yeah, I mean, and to say it was stable, I think is true. The number I saw, actually, we were running at less overtime. Now, there's a lot that goes into the why of that, right? We had a deployment change. Okay, so we've deployed differently in 2/3 of this department with, specialties and dedicated apparatus and that. And so, it really comes down to that contract and the cost, the hourly rate, going up, that you see this 1.5 or 1.1 increase. But actually, we're stable or actually doing a little bit better than we have in the past. Some of the things that we look at that go into this is sick call outs.
Right.
And those are on a rise. In the state of Washington, the laws have changed. You have use of FMLA, and you've got the PIPMLs now. And so there's more opportunities for our employees to use their accrued benefits, they're sick, to be well, and for their family to be well. And so the majority of the time when somebody's calling out, depending at which level it is, we may have an actor to bump up, or we may have to fill it at that level with the overtime. And obviously, Italians are the most expensive, but based on the rate and the firefighters as well. So we act up where we can. When we can't, then we're providing the overtime. Now, there are days, in case the question comes up, there are days where we actually are upstaffed because we have firefighters to fill the lower ranked roles, but we don't have actors to be able to bump up. And so we end up, even though we have extra people on the roster, we're having to hire back a battalion chief or a captain, and that. So, you talk about the use of overtime, mandatories, question about mandatories might come up as well. I have been watching those daily, with the employment changes that we put into effect earlier in the year. Those are actually being dispersed across the ranks fairly well now. We have days where there's mandatories for battalion chiefs all the way down to firefighters. Prior to deployment changes, we had quite a few at the medic level. And so with the deployment change, we're able to drop down our numbers of required medics per day, provide the same level of service, but just use them more efficiently on those dedicated medic units. So those numbers are down as well from last year, but they're still there, and we still struggle with that. And as you know, contractually, we've done some stuff to limit the trades and to limit the 72-hour shifts, which also impact the health. So it's kind of a cycle. So anyway, that would be my operational explanation. Chief Eastman, I'm sure you have something to add.
So one of the things that as our workforce changes, the younger workforce doesn't want to work overtime. Family and some of those values are to their credit. They like to be with friends and family and don't want to work, and it's not all about the overtime. We will continue to have conversations about what our staffing should be to retain the young employees that we've hired, because they really, quite frankly, they don't want to work overtime to the point where mandatory makes them upset, makes it not a good place to work, not a good work environment. And we're working through that. That's for some of us who've been here a long time. That's a foreign place, right? And we all know, I think what you were talking about, Commissioner Trent, earlier, is there's a certain amount of overtime that's healthy for the organization because it's cost effective, because there's not the benefits and all the other pieces that go along with people. We are working through what our future does look like with the young workforce we're bringing in the organization, and their priorities are different, right? It's not about as much money as you can make. It's not about some of the things that drove some of us folks that have white hair in the room. And the other piece is they're not afraid to leave. If that environment doesn't suit the things they want to go do outside, pension's not keeping them. The salary pay is not keeping them, because most importantly is those other pieces. And so we're now trying to get our arms around that and I think we'll have conversations over the next couple of years of how do we address that. And we know the variable that certain amount of overtime is good, but if you got a workforce that says, I don't want to work it, and quite frankly, if you continue to have me work overtime, I'm going to leave. We have a problem that we need to address, and we're working through that. We're starting those conversations, and I don't have any more than that, except for we know it's a potential challenge for us. And I'm not sure what the solution is. But there we further dialogue because it will potentially impact how many people employ. I mean, quite frankly, it may impact budget differently. In other words, we may have more people and have the more expensive route of hiring extra people, having far less overtime as a result to keep the workforce we have. I don't know what that looks like. I just know it's a challenge that we're facing. And we're hearing it by the folks that have been here 5-6 years. They just have a different view on those things. I can tell you the three of us, Chief and Chris, have been talking about along with Chief. And we know it's something we're going to have to grapple. And I'm now letting you know that's something that we're going to have to, as an organization, deal with in the future to make sure we got enough folks on fire engines and medic units to do the work we're asking them to do.
And I'll just add if I can.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're balancing that with maintaining a level of service.
Right.
We have neighboring jurisdictions that brown out. When they don't have the staffing, they don't do the overtime, they're browning out. And now starts a vicious cycle of where
Rounding out means.
they're closing a rig down,
Yeah.
a station down or a rig down for the period of time that they don't have employees to staff. So now what happens is you're still answering the same number of calls, but you're answering them with a less, one less medic unit, one less gate car, one less engine. And so now that workload is on to the other 5 or the other 4. And so we're very fortunate because we maintain our level of service. We have a minimum and we maintain that. And if that means overtime, voluntary, if that means mandatory, that's the balance that we're trying to work to. And that's the standard that you all set for us. That's important. So that's the base of this. And then it's just such a complex idea. There's a lot to it.
I just emphasize, I don't envy you guys at all. I completely respect you guys struggling. Somebody called in the morning, I'm sick. Can you refresh my memory here? What's the process now? Do you call up the people or just post it on the website or whatever, people will grab it? How's the whole process?
For the overtime?
Yeah, no, for someone to call in sick and you have a position.
Yeah, they call into, they still need to call in and talk to one of the battalion chiefs.
So you proactively calling people up
To fill it?
to fill it, yeah.
Yeah, so the employee that's calling off sick needs to call before 0700 in the morning, so an hour before the start of shift. Most will call in the evening before because they know that they're not gonna make it by morning. After that, there's a process depending on when that call comes in
Right.
of what's called a text blast. So through software, they're able to send out a blast that says, we need a battalion chief tomorrow for 12 hours, 24 hours. Also, there's an ability through the same software for people to go on and pre-sign up for overtime. So they can look at the next week or two and say, well, gosh, I'm available this day and this day and this day. So they put themselves on a roster, if you will. So the battalion chiefs, if need be, can pull from that roster and fill the positions. They can do a text blast, folks call in, and then they can accept.
So is it first come, first serve, or based on seniority? If 2 people want to fill the position, how do you rank that?
It all depends on the timing. So if they're pre-filling it, but if we're in that last hour, we gotta get somebody here, right? Because if not, somebody's not going home.
Right.
So sometimes it would be first come, first serve. Other times it's based off of how many hours you have.
Okay.
So if you have a lower number of overall overtime hours, typically then you would get selected prior to somebody that has a lot.
So that's how you're managing your overtime.
But as you can see, there's plenty to go around. So, yeah,
Okay.
that's changed a little bit. When we were online, a lot of those were pre-filled. And there wasn't an issue with finding somebody to hang over or to work. And as Chief Eastman said, now we struggle a little bit. So that process is much more robust now, but it depends on when the call comes in, when the vacancy is created.
So we still have the compulsory overtime if someone's not going home, you mentioned.
Yeah,
So-
we. some folks have to hang out for an hour until somebody can, come in from home because they've just elected to work that day.
But not fill up the whole shift, right?
That happens too. That's called the
No,
mandatory.
the reality is the station stays staffed, so if somebody's there and they can't get anybody to come in, that person doesn't go home.
So how do they choose, by
So,
facility?
well, it depends, right? So it's a couple different ways, but so if the firefighter, let's just say a firefighter calls in sick, you're the firefighter at that station, that's the station that cat was working at. And they go through the list, starting at 7 o'clock, and nobody takes it. You're it, and you stay, they continue to try to find somebody, and then there comes a point in time where you're just mandatory and you have to work the rest of the shift.
Okay.
So that's it. And then there's there's a whole lot of other variations that can happen. Somebody can say, hey, you run the first 4 hours, I'll come and relieve you at noon. The crews themselves work that way. For us, if they're the person that's at that shift and we can't get it filled, they're done. They're there until we get it filled. And they don't go home until we get coverage for them to do that. That's one of the struggles you have, is because if that happens to be one of the new people, that doesn't go over very well, and we're hearing about it. So I hope that answers your question on that piece.
No, that's good, really balance the whole thing. Thank you.
Commissioner Knopf.
My apologies to CFO Bockwell. We haven't even gotten into one slide in 30 minutes on the first slide there. But it did touch on a topic that overtime, which is also something I wanted to explore. I know that during COVID, right, we probably struggled heavily, and just curious for future conversations. We don't have to have it now with RSV, flu, and COVID combining with a high potentiality of striking our force. What are our contingency plans? But more importantly, on the overtime piece, are we paying people overtime for these categories: training, going to conferences, travel? And is there such a thing as comp time versus overtime that we can offer the employee rather than paying them an exact accelerated rate?
So for the labor folk, comp time is not in the contract, so there's no option to comp time for the represented folks. I know there's the ability to do some of that with the non-represented administrative folks. And I will say the majority of our conferences are not covered under overtime. There is some categories where the division, specifically Sean and Jason, have the ability to say, you go, we're not paying you, but we'll cover your backfill. We have some categories with it based on what we're asking them or what conference we're asking them or what conference they want to go to. There's some parameters where, on rare occasions, backfill may be covered. General training, it depends. Once again, there's several categories for training. If it's a requirement for us, we're obligated to pay overtime, depending on what it is. If we can't do it on duty, do it off duty. There's other trainings that they get to go to that we let them go. And so in that regard, that's pretty defined. And the folks that get overtime to do those things, it's directly related to what we need them to know or what they do for work. And the law would say we have to pay them to do it. Otherwise, most of the time there is an overtime, and I'm going to look at Jason and Sean. I think we're pretty diligent that a lot of what you're talking about is not overtime based, except for the mandatory required training to do their job. Obviously, we have to do it.
What about folks that are, let's say, part of the strike team, state mob, something along those lines? When they get activated, they leave their post, we have to send in somebody to cover that station, cover that shift. So we're talking about their deployment, which is probably on somebody else's nickel, but do they still get their hourly from us as well when they go on to somebody else's nickel? And are we paying for that back bill as well until by the time they return?
No, once they get deployed, they're paid for by the deployment, and their backfill is paid for by the deployment.
Perfect. Last question, holiday rate. What do folks compete for work on a holiday because it's time and a half, double time, anything like that, or do they just get straight time?
There's no special privilege for working holiday.
Obviously, you're not federal employees. Yes, the federal employees get like.
Now, the labor group has in their contract, they can take a dollar stipend monthly for the holiday instead of getting holiday time, and some can take time that they use as vacation. So they have the ability to do either one.
That's great, thank you.
Holiday hours, that we said, keep by scale, what is that?
It's essentially time off.
Okay.
So in lieu of the 11 holidays, they get so many hours to go into that bucket so they can use it with their vacation.
Okay, thank you, that's the first time I heard that.
And or they can, like Chief Eastman said, they can take pay and move the, most take the time off.
And I have to say, Chief Maxwell, based on your email back to Commissioner Daniels and I, you are a good steward of the overtime. We've had referenced a EMS conference that is occurring this weekend, and we just simply inquired, is anybody going? But the value of that conference was very low. And therefore, you know, overtime is a very expensive part of allowing people to go and attend those kinds of things. So thank you for guarding, putting the fence up and only doing those things that are absolutely essential. Thank you.
So is there, I had a question for Mr. Bockwell about the overtime calculation, your 1.15 million. Back at the August 15 meeting, for data ending June 30th, so the first half of the year, overtime this year was running, it looked like about 70%, 75% had already been consumed by the first half of the year. That increase for 2024, is that including an analysis or thought about the increased use of overtime this year, essentially bleeding into next year?
Yes.
And then I had a question for Chief Isotelo. You brought up something we haven't talked about in a while, about shift trades. And since our most recent CBA was approved, that was an issue that was addressed in the CBA. So I was just curious, how is it going with shift trades? Because that was something we were trying to get a handle on, shall we say.
Yeah, I mean, it's going well as designed based on that contract language. You know, there's no more 72-hour shift trains. So the only 72s are when we're mandating somebody to work that middle day. It does happen. But as far as the trades, you know, they continue to trade at the rate that they trade, but as far as staffing wise, it's not an issue, and we don't have them doing 72-hour shifts based on trades anymore. So I think it was a really good step in the right direction for the employees' mental health and longevity and physical health. So I still think it was a win.
So to add to that, so Jason, how many times, one of the concerns I know we had during the trade conversation is they didn't want people trading in the 72s. So we stopped that, right? So now with the overtime challenges that we're facing, the fact that we catch people on the first day and have a high possibility of forcing them to work the middle day of the rotation. How is our people working 72 hours straight? Where are we at with that? Does that make sense? Is my question?
Yeah,
Because I think that's kind of the gist of what we did for wanting trades and not having people work 72s. So now we've done it. So with what's going on with overtime and the fact that we have a lot of overtime, we have a certain amount of mandatory overtime, is the problem as bad as it was when we were letting people trade in 72s? And you may not know the answer.
Yeah.
Or where we are, because I think I would expect that would be a second question that you would ask, of what that looks like.
Yeah, that's a very complex thing to look at. We struggle just looking at the overtime hours and the categories and stuff. But I understand what you're saying. When I look at the number of just mandatories anecdotally on the roster, as I'm going day by day, the number is less. But those mandatories, they do happen and create 48 and 72s. But I think, and again, this is and very hard to study and with the software that we have, I'm hoping with the switch to first due next year, we'll be able to ask it to define it to that level, but currently we can't.
So we still have 72s, folks being asked to work overtime or mandatory to do 72s, that still exists. And I think I agree with Jason. I don't think it happens
to the extent it was with Trace, right? But I guess I want the board to know, we fixed part of it. Right, but we still have 72s. I want to make sure everybody knows that still happens, but it happens when we're paying overtime. And then we have, we can, if people are, really, really busy the day
You're
before,
defining.
we're making them work and we have the ability to say, you're not doing anything else today and those kind of things if it's not trade driven. But I wanted to make sure you knew we still have them and we haven't solved that problem totally. Knowing what the conversation was prior.
Great, thank you.
Please continue.
All right.
Thank you. So the next adjustment is to fleet maintenance. We're increasing the expenditure budget by $500,000 in fleet maintenance. And that's in response to increased costs to maintain our apparatus. The primary driver of that increase is the cost of parts that's gone up, similar to what we've seen with the actual cost to procure apparatus. The next item is apparatus annual set aside. So you may recall that we set aside a certain amount of the budget every year to fund future asset replacements. And that's based on the actual cost to put those assets into service when the replacements are due. We've seen just huge increases in the cost to procure apparatus recently. And probably the most relevant example is that last year we had engines in at $800,000 replacement cost. The two that we've done most recently are $920,000 and $950,000. And so that causes us to need to increase the set aside that we set aside for future replacement. So that's a $350,000 increase to that item. The net impact of these 4 adjustments to the status quo budget is $800,000. So we started with $2.8 million deficit. The last time this was presented, we've got $0.8 million of updates. And so our updated status quo deficit is $3.6 million. We do have to balance our budget. So if we were to adopt a budget based on these numbers, we have 3 options. The first one would be to use general fund cash and investment balance in excess of target. This is what we often refer to as fund balance. The second one would be to increase the benefit charge to cover the deficit. And then the third one would be to use the property tax bank capacity. We have about $7.5 million of property tax bank capacity that we could use for that purpose as well. So your packet contains an updated long-range forecast as well. I didn't put it on the slide because it's really difficult to see all that data, but I did want to share some observations with you. The first one is that the deficit grows by about $700,000 per year in compounds. So in 2024, we're talking about a $3.6 million deficit. We add $700,000 to that for 2025, making it 4.3. By 2026, we go up to $5 million. So just as an idea of where the numbers are headed, that's in the long range forecast.
That's if we do nothing.
That's if we do nothing. Yeah. And the second observation is that we run out of excess fund balance to fund the deficit in 2025. So for the 2024 budget, we do have enough fund balance in excess of target to be able to fund the status quo budget, but that looks like it wouldn't be the case in 2025. And then this final item is a little squishier. Recently, this week, the Fed came out and made some statements that suggested that inflation was going to be, that high inflation was going to be a little more persistent than we had thought previously. And so this note is just that the assumptions that are used in this forecast are probably going to be, are probably out of date when economists revise their forecast. I think that the assumptions for inflation in the next couple of years are probably going to go up, which is going to make that $700,000 in that first bullet increase, which could kind of make the problem a little bit worse for us. So in between each of the 4 sections that I have that I shared with you in the agenda, I just have a slide for discussion and questions. Of course, jump in anytime you have any questions, but I just wanted to go over the next section to see if there was any questions. Okay.
Let's jump back to GEMT. GEMT, Beastman, I want to say 6 years have we had GEMT?
Started in 16, we got the last quarter of 16 is when it went back to, right? 16, 17. I think it went back that far.
6 or 7
When we
years.
started.
Yeah. GEMT is like manna from heaven. It's just money that appeared out of the sky, and it's a significant chunk of change. At $8+ million a year, and obviously we've come to rely on it. If we didn't, I don't think you totally would have over those years, but we're talking tens of millions of dollars that otherwise we would have had to raise taxes. to fund this money from the federal government. So it's great program. Love GEMT. It's probably the single best revenue thing that's happened in my full time as a commissioner. It's amazing. But anyways, but the amount is important. And so I want to talk a little bit about that adjustment of the 1.2 million. Can you talk a little bit about the concern that there was going to be an adjustment down? There was never any promise when GEMT started that it was like going to be a certain amount or that it was going to last forever. There was confidence that it would last because of the way it's generated. But, there's no guarantee year to year that it is any particular number. So I just was curious to find out a little bit more about the adjustment down, the confidence that that's not going to happen. And then looking out a year or two, are we looking at adjustments down, or kind of what's that picture look like in the next year or two?
So, well, I'll go ahead and start. So there is a note in the narrative in the packet materials that there are changes that are coming to the program, that it is going to reduce our revenue that we receive from the program, the GEMT program. So I think those are in like the final stages of negotiations. And so we put an estimate in the packet, and I didn't touch on it yet, but it's $2 to $4 million revenue loss to us in the next few years that's likely. So as they finish that up, we'll bring you updates, let you know where that shakes out. But your point is a good one, and really trying to, we do expect to see some changes that will impact revenues negatively.
But essentially not for next.
Not in the 2024 budget, correct?
So with that, let me, I guess, since you brought it up, I want to explain what happened. When we did GEMT, the way they do our cost report, and I think we talked about this, if you go back that far in time, when we actually were talking about GEMT and the fact that the state negotiated this bond, for those that don't know, it's a state plan amendment, and GEMT is a federal entitlement program. And I'll just say my version of saying it's a way to not let local tax dollars supplement Medicare programs. GEMT is a reimbursement for the cost of us doing transports for Medicare patients that we transport in our work. So that's the easy definition of what GEMT is. It's so we don't use our tax dollars to support the Medicare side of
Was that 100% or cost share?
no, it's a cost share, right? It's a cost share. So of how GMT works. So when they drafted the SPA and got negotiated, of the folks in the country that had it, we were early in Washington State. The way they did that for us was very, 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 very beneficial to fire departments. And what I'll say is, simple math, is you take however the cost report, 85% of what we do in our costs in our budget is attributed to EMS. It's not quite that simple. So of our $100 million budget, between 60 and 80 million of it are attributed to our service for EMS. What they did is took that dollar amount, divided it by our number of transports, came up with what the reimbursement rate was, or the cost of each transport, which for us ranged between $3,700 and $4,700, depending on what our capital was for that given year. And then what would happen is they would then take the folks we transported, they have a different percentage of what the federal share is versus what the agency share is about the cost share component. They call it the FMAP and it gets quite complicated with accountable care and all those other pieces. So for folks we transport, the federal share is as high as 90% and as low as 50%. We average about 66 to 70% is what the federal cost share is versus us when they subtract out the transport dollars we've already received from the state for Medicare. The Fed or the CMS, which is the agent from the federal side, came to the state and said, we need to change your plan with regards to GMT. So what started this was the federal government coming in and saying, we need to change your state plan amendment and change how you do your cost report. What the big change is they're going to deal with capital differently, which is minor.
And instead of taking that $60 to $80 million of what it costs for us to provide the service, instead of dividing it by the transports, they're gonna divide it by all the EMS calls. Well, we run 26,000 EMS calls, we run 14,000 transports. It's gonna change the number we divide the total by, and we're estimating, between 20 and 40% is what the numerator is gonna be increased by. So instead of having a $4,000 cost of transport, we're gonna be at $2,600 cost of transport, which will change what we receive for the reimbursement with the GMT. So that's what happened. It's back at CMS. There's a process they go through, and they get 90 days for each one of the processes. It does not take effect for fiscal year 23, which we've already submitted, which is what will be reimbursed. Reimbursement will be in April of next year. It will take effect for fiscal year 24, which will have an impact on our revenue or reimbursements to receive from the program for 25. And so we know it's going to be a hit, and as soon as we know exactly what the agreement is, because like I said, there's some fine detail happening between healthcare authority of the state and CMS. Once that's done, what we'll do is take our 2020, probably 2022 cost report, have them redo the cost report with those in play, with those parameters that we're now going to be held to moving forward, and see what impact that would have been on our 2022 reimbursement, to give us an apples to apples of what the difference is. We're just not in a position to do that yet, because they still have a couple things that will adjust what that number is. So as soon as we get that, we'll do the work, and we'll be able to bring you, based on 2022, what we received and what we will receive in the future, to give us a comparison of what that is. And the benefit is we're getting the benefit of Mill Creek's transports in too, which is more transports. So, we're doing more transports that are ours, that are part of the program, which will make the drop in reimbursement may not be as bad, because we have more transports that are Medicare transports as a result of the increase of bringing Mill Creek in. So more to come, but that's the whole story, how it got here. And it was generated by CMS, and really what they want to do is have us do it the same across the country, because places like New York, who run, and you can imagine, you see what our dollars is, it's about 10 million is what our reimbursement is. Can you imagine what New York's is? It's probably closer to what, 500, 600, 700 million. Doing it our way, or could be a billion. I heard the B word, and the feds go, yeah, no, we gotta get a handle on it. And so, and everybody wanted to do it our way, right? And the CMS was saying, no. Colorado, Minnesota, Nevada, right? We're wanting to do it the way we adopted our state plan amendment. And it didn't take long for CMS to realize we had a really good one, and that they needed to make a change. And so that's the change that's coming. That's the backstory behind it.
Well, that's important to know, because it's not going to impact our discussion, or necessarily our discussion for this year, but thinking forward and into 2025, the reality is we probably got to make that up with tax dollars.
Well,
so that means taxing.
To be quite honest with you, Commissioner Kenny, for us, it is relevant today. Chris just showed you the fact that our revenues and expenditure for status quo is short 3.6 million. Add a $4 million of potential reduction in 25,
Right.
And Chris told you what our bank capacity was. Chris has told you what the capacity we have in our ending cash balance or fund balance. The numbers don't add up. And so it is, and we'll get into that conversation a little bit later today, because it does impact what we do for this budget, and what Chief and the rest of staff, when he brings the final budget forward, what it'll be, because we have to talk about, and we will, about a revenue initiative, because I think we're in the position where we need to do it.
to maintain what we currently have moving forward without adding anything else to the budget. So more to come, but I think that'll be a good part of the conversation today. Or at least I'm hoping it is.
And if I could add, Commissioner Kenny, we had a little bit early morning on this for my work with the ITs. And they said, like, New York was one of the last ones to come on board, and like what Bob said, they had sticker shock because New York had not been participating. So, well, we always talked about this kind of bug dust for the federal government until something as big as New York happens. The other big thing that happened is how different East Coast fire service is from West Coast. And a lot of the people at CMS are going, wait a second, you guys only do first response. Fire does first response. And if that, you only really go on cardiac arrest or real. And so at the ICHI's level, we started having to tell EMS, we're like, no, even though all the politicians at the federal level are on the East Coast and they see East Coast fire, you come out to the West Coast and we do all of our EMS, we do all the transport. So it also became an image management thing where they're like, we're like, no, we do robust EMS. And they're like, no, you don't. No, we know fire on the East Coast. So those were the two big catalysts for why CMS is wanting to change.
I think, Mr. Bothwell, I just have a separate question for you. Maybe you said it and I just wasn't focusing on it about the alternatives of things that can be done. But another alternative is to cut back to have our expenses equal our revenues if we're looking to run debts. So I mean, that is an option.
Yeah, and we'll get into the third discussion today will be the long range revenue topic, and that is one of the less popular, but that is presented on the slide, just on the options. Talk about levels there.
Thank you.
I like to follow up with GMAT. I still remember when I first came on, actually we learned it from a conference. And my mom would job, really? We can do that with a what's a consulting firm? Try, yeah. So I encouraging the rest of the commissioner, go to the conference and really learn a lot. Now, the question I have is that, where does the money come from? Does that come from the Medicare program, or where does that come from?
Well, Medicaid is a subgroup of
Medicare or Medicaid?
it's Medicaid. It's the
It's the
state.
the low income.
But Medicaid program, it goes back to the super circular at the federal government level. It's an entitlement program, just
Right.
like Medicare is an entitlement program. Medicaid components of Medicare are an entitlement program. In other words, they're really non-discretionary, right, from the federal side. And so that's where it comes from. It's part of that whole big monster. We're one piece of it. And I'll say it's like your subsidized school lunch program is part, that's a component of that super circular, and it's all the same.
The
There's
reason
multiple
that-
places
yeah,
it's work.
The reason I'm asking a question, there's a big, in Congress now, we want to cut expenses. So would that be a chance that would be,
If Washington DC starts going after entitlements, which they talk a lot about it, but there's a lot of process to go through they're just not gonna go and try, it's not gonna work that way. We've heard rhetoric, or people talking about entitlements, we need to slash the entitlement programs because it's non-discretionary. And the House and the Senate have very little control over what's happening with entitlements, right? But I don't think that's gonna be, 2024, done. It's gonna happen over time that we're gonna watch. And as everybody knows, deficits are deficits and spending, and they gotta cut. And at some point in time, knowing what little I know about the federal budget, entitlements at some point in time are gonna be looked at and they're gonna be curtailed. And what does that mean? I'm hoping we're astute enough to watch it. And if they start seriously having conversations about what that is, we'll be following along, having these kind of conversations to realize if we're putting entitlement dollars like
reimbursement for GMT, we start saying if we think it's gonna go away based on what's happening in Washington DC, we'll need to have conversations about weaning operations off of that money and doing some different things and have this kind of a conversation like we are. But I think we'll have runway to do that, Commissioner Chan.
Okay.
Even right now, I think
Yeah,
they talk about
I
it a
just want to
lot.
move on, but I hate the word entitlement, Medicare, and we pay for it. It's not,
Well, I guess it's an entitlement. We say that from a budgetary perspective, and
Okay.
that's a term used in Washington DC.
I know, I just don't, I hate that because we pay for it. But my question back is that, should we discuss the option now, or we just relate on the option to resolve your option?
So I have one really quick section in between this and where we pick up the long range, the revenue planning section. So if it's okay with you, we'll get through that.
Yeah, no, that's good. Thank you. Let's move on.
Okay. All right. So this next section is gonna go really quick. It's just 3 slides. And it's 2 data points regarding past financial performance that are useful in identifying trends that may affect future periods. And those 2 data points are annual surplus or deficit and budget underspend or underrun. And the second one here is a topic that Commissioner Kenny had shown some interest in. So this is the first slide is the historical surplus or deficit. This measures it's a measure of the sufficiency of current year revenues to fund current year expenditures. And the data year by year is kind of all over the place. And the reason for that is that we have expired labor contracts in a lot of these years, and then we have a retro that gets paid afterwards. What's important is kind of the trend that you can pick up on here, and that's that those surpluses are getting smaller and smaller as we move from RFA formation to present. The second piece of information I have for you, the second data point, is the historical budget underspend or underrun. And this measures how much of the budget was actually used or required during the period. So if we budgeted $100 million and we spent $95 million, then we have a $5 million underrun. And that's what this is showing. And it shows a similar trend. Back in 2018, 2019, 2020, we had really big underruns or underspends. Then as we get closer to present, 21 through 23, they become much smaller, like in 2023, $1 million against $100 million budget is like 1%. Back in 2018, that's more like, 18 through 20, those are closer and over 10% of our budget at times. And so we're just seeing a trend here where those margins are narrowing pretty considerably. I'm going to take this data and show you how that could be useful in the budget process. But before I go to that slide, this last item, the average underspend from 21 through 23, this is where things kind of normalize, and this is where we're seeing a trend to kind of more kind of normal or average underspend.
Can I stop, go back to the last page, underrun? Is that, I would emphasize the footnote because we're on a cash basis.
Yeah.
You and I have this discussion before, right? A lot of time when we have the contract, we have not paid it, but we don't accrue. So the underrun, overrun is really not very accurate. Because the next year we say underrun, the next year we have to catch up for all the cost of living adjustment becomes huge. So we get to get it as a grain of salt. That's,
And Commissioner Chen, I think that's a great point. For these years, 2018 through 2023, we have the reason that the differences by year are super useful is because of what you're describing. The benefit of showing the information in the 6 years is that we have expired contract, then we have retro, and we're currently in a current, our contract is current. And so all of that, so those averages do, I think at this point, are useful to us. So anyway.
okay.
So, underrun is something I've been interested in because it's hidden in the budget in my opinion. And there are different pieces to it. Some of it is the fact that we're not doing accrual accounting and you can miss it. But it's also the board passes a budget for a particular year for 2023. And at least my expectation is, and I think the expectation of the board is that those amounts are going to be spent. I just mentioned, we looked at on August 15th, we looked at the financial numbers through June 30th to see what, there wasn't a percentage on there, but essentially what the percentage is that's of the spend, because halfway through the year, you should probably be about halfway spent through your budget on the individual departments. Now, different departments spend differently, so it's not perfect, but it gives you a sense. But by the time you get to the end of the year, it should be spent down. Then the question becomes, well, why not for each of those? And one of my concerns is that potentially the chief or staff could say, well, you know what, to save money, we are just gonna mandate 90% spend on budget. And that's gonna turn out 10% of the overall budget, which we can spend in other ways or have the board then spend in a different way. There can be essentially a silent budget change by saying, well, we're not gonna spend 100%. But I think the board is saying to spend 100% of that budget. And so tracking what the underrun is and the why, I think is important. When we talked about this earlier in the year, because I was interested in the underrun from last year, we had a conversation about the union contract and paying the retro. And that may be a component of the underrun for this year, because we're on a cash basis and it got paid in 2023 instead of 2022. So looking at the why, I think becomes important. Because when you look at now I know you only included 2021, 2022, and 2023 when you say an average of 2 million. I'd be curious what that average is going back to 2018, because the average gets bigger.
It's right above it, 5.7.
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry, I missed it. 5.7. It gets bigger. That amount, of course, is all tax dollars. And one argument would be, if we didn't have that 2 million average underrun or 5.7 million underrun, we can give that money back to the taxpayers, put it in their pockets, because those are taxpayer dollars. So we really want to try and be as close to zero or spend on the budget as we can, because if we have this underrun, we're taking more tax dollars than we should. But there can be reasons why we're not. So that's why I think it's important. And I want to shine a little more light on the underrun issue, because, in theory, from last year, we could have not raised taxes as much and left some of that money in our taxpayers' pockets, which in my opinion would be a good thing. But it's hard in a $100 million budget to target it because we're big when you start talking $100 million. So I'm kind of looking to you, Mr. Bothwell, on how to look at this in a fair way that tries to get us to spending the dollars we're authorized, but yet at the same time having that flexibility to not essentially go into the red at the end of the year because we cut it too close to quick.
Yeah, and I think that's a great point. Those are great observations. I think that the underrun that we're seeing in 2018 to 2020 is really unusual. I've never seen anything like it. Those are double-digit percentages of the budget not spent, and that doesn't make sense to me. More recently, since 2021 to 2023, those are really normal numbers. It's a really high-stakes game in government of like closest without going over. If you go over, you're going to get a finding. We're exceeding our budget authority that you all have said this is what you have to spend. And in an organization that's $100 million and doesn't have any resources dedicated specifically to budget, that budget monitoring is super important if we're going to try and get as close as we can. So my opinion on this is that the underrun that we're seeing from 21 to 23 is probably appropriate for an organization like this, just based on our resources. But what we're seeing in the previous years, I honestly can't really make sense of it. And I'm very sensitive to what you're saying, because I think that, putting this data together, I was like, oh, I kind of inferred that this is the direction that you were headed with this. And so what I would say is that I think that the trajectory that we're on with the underspend makes a lot of sense. The other thing that we have to be careful just from a cultural perspective with this issue is that divisions do come, and when divisions are putting their budget requests together, we're talking about pushing things from this year to next year a lot of times, right? We didn't have time to get them, couldn't get the contract in front of the board, whatever happened. And what we ask divisions to do is make a note about that and be prepared to answer the question like what you're suggesting. And the reason that we do that and we make that easy for them is because there's kind of a negative culture that can happen if we say, if you don't spend it, you're going to lose it next year. And that's where folks go out in December and buy a bunch of stuff they don't really need. And so that's kind of the flip side of getting really, really close, or else we're going to cut it or we're going to look at it really, really closely and really beat you up over this issue. So my opinion is that what we're seeing since 2021 is really pretty appropriate for an organization this size with the resources we have dedicated to budget. but your points are really good ones. I mean, I think that what we're seeing in the early years and an average underspend of $5.7 million is pretty, I mean, it raises an eyebrow, right? Like I don't really understand why we would do that, but I wasn't here, so I can't really speak to that either. There's probably a good reason. So my opinion is that we're sort of on a good trajectory with respect to this issue.
So as we're considering the budget for 2024, my expectation when there is a line item for a division is that money is to be spent in that year. I mean, I would authorize less if you didn't need it. If you told me, well, I don't know if we really need all of that. We only need 90%. I'm like, okay, well, then you get 90%. My expectation is that whatever we're authorizing is to be spent in this case in 2024. But I don't know that we've ever actually had that conversation here before about that expectation. But I want to know what your expectation is. When these items are in the budget for these different departments, is your expectation that that's to be spent in 2024?
Yeah, it is. But I also know, I mean, having done this for a long time, I also know that that's not going to happen in all cases. There, contracts aren't going to get signed. We aren't going to get, priorities will change. And that creates a little bit of wiggle room because on the flip side, we have a lot of things that we might think this is a $50,000 item. And oh, we're really committed to doing this, but it's a $55,000 item. And we need a little wiggle room to accomplish, to get that without having to come to you every 5 minutes and be like, hey, can we get a 55 on this? And so there's a little bit of kind of flexibility that we need to have in the budget. And I think, 1 to 2%, if we're, and that's kind of what the direction the trend's going, I think that's sort of the right number, in my opinion. So, yeah.
And so kind of the end of that then is that you are building into your forecasting here about 2 million in underrun.
So if I go to the next slide, I'll show you. So this is, I put this slide in here, or this, it's in your packet as well. I put this table in here just to show you how this can be useful in the budget process, right? So I said earlier that we have enough excess fund balance to be able to fund that deficit. So it's a responsible budget, it's balanced, it checks all the boxes. But if you did an analysis like this, where we got our 3.6, about 3/4 of the way down, you'll see $3.6 million, our current deficit. If we consider the historical underrun just in the last couple of years, we would say, well, we might be under by about $2 million. If we're not, we've covered ourselves, right? We've said we have the resources to do this, but if history repeats itself, which it often does, we wouldn't expect to spend right up 100% of our budget. And so the actual result at the end of the year, based on just that analysis, history repeats itself, would be an actual deficit of $1.5 million. It is 100% within the board's authority to adopt a budget that shows a deficit that takes that into consideration. We have to fund the deficit because you're providing the authority for us to spend all of it, but it's a responsible budget if you say, hey, we're gonna wait to see if it's $2 million, if we save that $2 million like we normally do. And so that's why I'm showing this, and that's why I kind of put this last slide in here, was just to show you that this is how this information can be useful in the budget process.
Thank you.
Because again, you're expert in legal and everything else, right?
Yeah, not really.
But anyway,
I play one on TV.
they're very well on TV. I think this is what I've been advocating for the last almost 20 years. We're $100 million down now. We've got to go on an accrued basis. Accrued basis basically take care of all these problems. Example is that we already have cost of living, even though we're going to accrue the compensation for that. So that will be showing up as we will incur. It doesn't matter if you pay the bill or not, you still owe people money, right? And that is why cash basis is not GAAP, is not general accepted accounting principle. So Jill probably know all the stock company public, do they have cash basis? No. Because people need to know exactly what happened. And most of the city, including your prior Barfour, Evansville, Seattle, or school district, they're all using accrued basis. And right now, in all the California fire district, they're using accrued basis. Not only that, you know exactly how much you spend, and you have a balance sheet. You know exactly how many trucks you have, how many land you have, cash you have, the debt you have. So that is, I think we really need to work hard on that. Now, the cash basis is good for a station that is remote area, two station, one station.
It's good
Because-
for a little city like mine.
Yeah, like seriously, I don't say neither, but come to this, I think that's a much better way to measure out the performance, that you don't have to worry, right? Because basically, depending on, you don't send the check out on December 1 versus what? January 1, boom, Sunday, you have a short run, but then next year you are overrun. So that's my last, I've been pleading for 20 years. I'm hopeful, hopefully one day we really come to senses that we need to go to crew bases with balance sheets, and that would show everything. Thank you.
I have a question for you. So let's say you order a large piece of equipment that you budgeted for in 1 year, and due to what's still being called COVID delays, it doesn't show up for 2 years later. And it suddenly gets you 2 years from now. What does that do if you start trying to slim your margin of error down to $1 million or 1% of your total budget? How will that look like you're running a deficit? How's that gonna change your economy?
So it's a great question. So all of our capital, all of our big asset purchases are gonna come out of a different fund.
Okay,
And so they have a different, it looks completely different. This is what we're focused on here is just the general fund. And so it's almost all of it is operations. And then we have, like I described in the first section there, where we have the annual set aside for asset replacement.
right.
The reason that we transfer we transfer a similar amount, if not the same, we have to increase it because of inflation, but we transfer that over to the capital fund so that we don't see those peaks and valleys in the general fund, and it doesn't skew the results. So the capital fund looks, I mean, it's what you're describing, it's a nightmare, right, from this perspective. And so we have a different cash flow analysis.
Okay.
So, Commissioner, right now, organizationally, we don't have a frenzy at the end of the year to spend our budgets out. We used to do that, right? In fact, there's a handful of years not that long ago where we would say, we got this extra money in the budget, and they would go buy stuff that we didn't really need. They were nice things to have. And we're actually, and I'm gonna look at Jason and Sean, because I don't believe we're there. I don't think organizationally we go, oh, I've got an extra, $5,000 in my budget, I'm gonna go buy this. We don't do that. And so wherever we go with this, we're in a place right now where the folks that have budgetary responsibilities for whatever their program is, they budget to the best of their ability, and some of them are new at it and they're learning, and we're becoming far more sophisticated from a staff's perspective over the last 2 years than I think even the years prior to that. But the culture with those folks that manage those budget pieces, but buy what they need to be buying, with the intent of what we budgeted to do. But they don't go, they don't look at if they're underspending their budget for whatever the reason, and there's, like you said, there are legitimate reasons why people underspend, and then there's where they just miss the mark and they ask for more money than they need. They don't go and say, I've got this dollar amount, now I'm gonna be in a frenzy and spend it. We don't, culturally, that's not how it used to. And we've worked really hard to not have that be what staff does. And so as we continue to have this conversation and look at what to do and how to refine, I would hate that whatever we do pushes our teams back to spending every dime at the end of the year, right? Have this huge spending frenzy in December to use every single last penny. I don't think we want to go there either, and we've worked really hard to get us away from that. So as we continue to become more sophisticated, more refined, more accurate, for lack of a better term, I would hate to have any movement back into that, what we used to do in the past, because I don't think that's good for the organization at all. We end up spending taxpayer dollars that really we don't need to spend at that point either, so.
Could I add a little to that? So I always, if I just give sometimes specific examples help, at least for me. But I'm always, as a budget manager, I'm always worried about overspending, not underspending. So I go through the year looking, where can we save? And sometimes, life hacks $35,000, $40,000. We're like, oh, if we lease them this way, we can save a lot of money. And so all year long, I'm going and looking for those things, you know, and sometimes we have good wins, which are completely unexpected, or like the price of drugs one year went up 400%. And so I felt like to be responsible, I need to plan on that the next year, you know, because of all that we're dealing with year after year of drug shortages and volatility. And so for me, I do the best to predict it, and then I work so hard to save money. I'm always worried about going over my budget, rather than under. So then I'm gonna feel like, so that's just to give you like, what, like just me trying to do it.
Well, I'd like to tag onto that too, because since I do this too, I can speak for Chris. That also makes it really hard if you have everybody who, you know, you've put them in this position where they're like, oh, well, we need to spend our money. Chris is trying to predict your year-end expenditures. And if everybody gets to December and goes, hey, what's Chris and his predictions for right now has already said, we're gonna have this amount that goes unspent. And when everybody turns around and spends it, and if they mess it up and they overspend it, now he hasn't had time to come to you and say, we need to do a budget amendment because this was overspent. Having that little bit of wiggle room, it's how I do my budget every year. And I'll just say, go back and look at the budgets for the city of Briar since I've been doing them. We do pretty good, and we, you know, I think I handle our money really responsibly. He needs the little bit of wiggle room, because without it, you're gonna end up in the newspaper. There's gonna be a finding, and just for the record on that too, your names aren't going to be attached to that finding. His name is.
I'm scared.
But you know, that's because that's one of the things I deal with too, with dealing with my council. Is that it's not their name that gets attached to that. It's my name that gets attached if we get a finding. It's my fault if we end up with a finding. Yeah, they're ultimately responsible for our budget, but when it comes down to it, and those auditors are, you know, hammering somebody, it's not you guys. They come and tell you how it got messed up and that, you know, you should have done a better job. And all of you are then gonna look at him and go, why did you let this get messed up? What happened? And that just from somebody else's perspective that does this for a living, he needs the cushion.
Well, the alternative is that we call a special meeting on 12/31 to do a budget amendment.
Right, exactly.
Which is real popular.
Yeah.
Commissioner Fairhoff?
Yeah, I'm a product of the federal system, and so our fiscal year is October. And we typically in that last month, like last 2 weeks, will be asked to expend whatever last year, whatever end of year monies is. So I'm very familiar with that, and you're scrambling. Usually you keep a pile of orders of your wish list that you want, and you throw them out to headquarters and hope for that. Because what happens is the money goes back to treasury, right? So it gets sucked up. So my question is, when we do have a surplus, and the divisions say, yeah, no, we didn't spend as much as we did, are we just throwing it back into the general fund, or are we actually categorizing it in a way that we know and can quantify? And how do we know what's left over? And is that just because we didn't spend down in the bucket, we have volume to draw from, or is it actually categorized at the end of the year to where we can say, oh my God, look, we saved, you know, X amount of dollars?
So it's a great question. So it just lapses. So the authority to spend money lapses and it just sits in fund balance. So the slide, this one, the surplus deficit, these are actual cash. So anything negative obviously is a deficit. Those positives, that's just cash balance that just sat the general fund and the fund balance for the next year.
Can we give like prizes to who's that come up with a high? Just thinking, wow. He's already like, I feel like you're thinking.
I have to say,
Sure.
for the underrun, I see no problems with it, and I think that we're doing a good job of underspending. I think the budget is like a ceiling for what that division should be in spending that year. And it's super hard to predict the future of what things will cost. So you can't spend to the dollar, it's impossible. So I think we're doing a great job, and Commissioner Kenny, with all due respect, he had mentioned that if the board wants you to spend the money, or see that that's your opinion. I think I want us to underspend. That's fiscally responsible. So that's my opinion.
I will concur with Commissioner Teal Black. I think it's better to understand and provide that wiggle room. Because then we don't have to have that 12/31 meeting about, hey, we got a situation, we don't want to find these and so forth. So I'm an advocate of having that wiggle room.
So we'll go on to the third topic, which is the long-term revenue planning. We brought this item to you on.
Chris, it's 10:30. We take a 2-minute break since we're starting at the slide later. All right, so we'll come back at 10:40.
Back. CFO Buffalo, please continue. All right, thank you, Chair. Okay, so we're switching gears a little bit. We're going to move on to the long-term revenue planning item. And for this one, we brought this to you back in July, on July 11th, and then again on July 18th. We had one recommendation that staff was advancing at that time, and that was to take a permanent benefit charge to voters in 2024, then to go to voters for the capital bond in 2026, and then go back to voters in 2027 to renew the EMS levy. And then apply some guiding principles thereafter, which the guiding principles spoke to when we would consider going back to voters based on the degradation of our levies. This option is still a viable option, and it's still a good option, but Chief Eastman, Chief Hovis, and Leslie, and probably some other folks did some work to evaluate what might be more popular with voters. And so they've come back with 2 different options that are in your packet, and I'll describe these really quickly.
Can I stop a second? Can you print out your whole presentation? So we can give a copy, so I can write notes on it and stuff like that. Is there any way you can do it now, or? To print out on the printer and
The slides, you mean?
slide, yeah, the slide. Yeah.
Leslie, could you help with that?
Print
Can
it.
you send it to me?
Yeah, it's also on
Yes,
the
sir.
network, public finance, it's just sitting there.
I'm sorry.
She's talking to Melissa.
Oh, this, yeah. Can you print it out?
Resources? No,
It should be just public drive and then finance.
no, I'm in there, but, which
I think it works. Kind of.
program? Which folder? I put it in all of them. Oh. Oh, down here, oh, sorry.
Thank you.
So it will be helpful in the future if you can send us a print, so I can print out the presentation. So I can circle thing, highlighting and stuff like that.
All right. All right, so that's the description of the prior option. There's 2 new options. So the first option is to go to voters in 2024 with an EMS levy lid lift. So this is different than the first option where we just talked about renewals. And this would be a lid lift that would take it from the current approximately 32 cents per thousand. And we would ask voters to approve potentially up to the max, which would be 50 cents per thousand. Then in 2025, we need to renew the benefit charge. And so we would go to voters with a 10-year benefit charge rather than the first recommendation or proposal was for a permanent benefit charge. And then we would address renewals and apply the guiding principles thereafter. So this second new option is to go to voters with a 10-year benefit charge renewal 1 year early in 2024. And then to go to voters in 2027 with an EMS levy renewal. And then address the renewals and guiding principles thereafter. So the alternatives to the options presented are to adjust the timing and or order of steps and then implement immediately. And that implement immediately just speaks to the timeliness of needing to do something. So we could, go with the 6-year benefit charge renewal or go with the permanent benefit charge renewal and slot some things in different places. So a conversation about that we'd be open to. I think that the options, the first 3 options that have been presented are probably the most viable options, but we can certainly do analysis for any other option. And then the second alternative would be to do nothing. And I think this speaks to what Commissioner Kenny might have been alluding to earlier. Do nothing and prepare to adjust future levels of service. So try and figure out the budget without doing anything. But there's, based on the size of our deficits that are coming in 2025, it's very likely that these would be things that would impact service delivery to the community. And I put just a quick note on here that timing is important. And I kind of described that in the first part with the status quo budget conversation. In 2025, we start to run out of excess fund balance to be able to fund the deficit. So we need to do something in the very near term. And these are not things that we turn around in a day, right? If we're going to go to voters, it's something that we need to be planning for. And so the timing is really important for this conversation. And that's it.
Did you give us pros and cons for each approach?
I can definitely share my opinion, and I think that Chief Eastman probably and Leslie probably have a lot to say about this topic too. So purely from an objective perspective, the first recommendation that we made is the one that from if finance said, if somebody came to me and said, bring me back something that, I'll bring you back whatever you need. What's the best thing for the organization? Permanent benefit charge. It gives us the most flexibility. We have the most headroom in it. We never have to go back to voters on that. We're asking voters to affirm this as make a permanent commitment to this as how they fund the RFA. There's just a lot of benefits to it. It also gives us a lot of flexibility for the renewals that we have coming up. If the timing isn't right, whatever it is, the benefit charge has a lot of flexibility that the other don't or the other options don't. But I think that there's politically option 1, which is an EMS levy lift in 2024. It certainly, it gives us a lot of some flexibility in the next few years. It's going to generate going from 32 cents to 50 cents. If we were to push the, would generate between 10 and $13 million additional a year at the top end. And so it's going to solve that problem, the revenue problem, or give us some flexibility for a long time. Not a long time, but a few years. But the drawback from my perspective on that is that then the very next year we're going out for a renewal on the benefit charge, and we need that renewal. And so taking 2 revenue initiatives to voters in 2 years, to me that strikes me as sort of risky because we're very dependent on the benefit charge at this point. Option 2, 10-year benefit charge renewal. What this does, so we'd be going out a year early to voters, but we have that bank capacity. For the general property tax levy. So with the general property tax levy, that bank capacity is really our fallback position for the benefit charge. So if the board chooses not to go back for a renewal or choose it, or voters don't approve it, we need that bank capacity to fall back on. Otherwise, we have a $9-10 million hole in our budget really quickly. And so if we have a 10-year benefit charge, we've got, obviously voters have reaffirmed their commitment to this as part of our funding. And I think we could responsibly go out and start to exercise that bank capacity, or it becomes a very viable option. And then the EMS levy renewal, I think those are my sense of it in kind of the conversations from the folks that are closer to this issue and know more about it, is that that's probably the thing that's going to be most popular and easiest to sell to the voting public. And so those are kind of my thoughts, but that's really just what I hear other people talking about, and then layering in a little bit of finance on it. So I know that these guys have a lot to say about it, and Leslie's here too. So.
Actually, before we do that, I like to, first of all, our friend from Monty Terrace and Brian. What do you think the light rail is going to come? Is that really coming 24 at the later part, or is you got more closer to that than we are?
The what?
The light rail being that.
Yeah, I'm anticipating the end of 2024. Sound Transit's first.
Right, they said that they're going to stop the railroads high and focus on this, right?
What they're putting in this summer of 2024, the way things work, give it a couple months past that, but I believe that it will be by the end.
So because light rail is unknown to us. I really don't know what the impact is and everything else. So I probably would, one commission will support anything that would prepare for 2024 to come, right? I know that we have Station 19 supposed to be up staffing and all that stuff. I'd rather be more than prepared than not prepared enough. Because by that time, you will call the road congestion, accidents, everything else. Our response time is going bad. And by that time, we're already trying to upstaff. That is crazy. I'd rather over-prepare for 2024. And then see the impact is, and then we do it. So that's, how about Brian, you similar, feel the same thing? Yeah.
It doesn't affect it.
As much.
We're special. Things don't affect us the same way they do everybody else. Because, we are not reliant on the sales tax like
Right.
some of our surrounding cities are and everything. And again, they have me doing the budget and I'm very conservative fiscally when it comes to our budget. I don't believe the light rail will come when they say it will. And I think Jesse's very generous by saying that they'll have it by the end of 2024.
And recorded.
Right, well, I'm just saying, because, all we have to do is look at everything that they've done up to this point. They go over budget and they take way longer to get everything done than what they predict. So,
Yeah, they have a problem. The revenue, the ticket revenue is really, really bad.
Yeah.
I don't even know how to balance it.
well, if we quit giving money away to everybody in the world, in the state,
Okay.
that'll help, You can't keep asking this part of the population to give and give and give when this part of the population is only taking. And unfortunately, this state hasn't figured that out yet. And they hurt all of us.
That's amazing. I don't want to distract our discussion, but the transit in the Bay Area, they completely revamped the whole entry level, all the things, because way too much what I call fair escape.
Yeah.
And which is completely not fair. Yeah, I totally understand that.
I just want to follow up by saying, Sound Transit is pushing very hard at the permitting level and has Skanska out there working all the time. I do believe that we'll be by the end of
By the time service.
Yeah, they're pushing hard. So,
Because Sound Transit said they basically gonna stop go all the way to Seattle, basically all concentrate, all the buses, or commuter transit. Sorry, commuter transit, they said they will be all going to Linwood and Monteclair.
yeah, they've adjusted their routes starting,
Right.
and I think spring of next year. I believe is, there's certain times of the year they do adjustments to routes.
Right. Okay, well, those are good information, thank you.
And they say that at least at one point, they told us that the one route that comes into Briar, a bus shows up once in the morning and once in the afternoon. They had said that they were going to eliminate it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know if they're still on that track, but yes, they were gonna eliminate the one bus route that came into Briar. Cause if you watch that bus as it goes through town, there's never anybody on it
Yeah.
except the bus driver.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I like the original option. I think that the benefit charge, or I would get going for can you go back to that slide? Where it's permanent, I feel like it's not a tax increase, we're just saying, let's just keep this taxing method. So it seems like a pretty easy vote. And we have historically been conservative. We've been consistent in how much we increase each year. So I feel like we could easily get that. But I feel good with this, with the first time. And with the capital bond in 2026, so the interest rate to go down by then, so that'll help us as well.
There'll be a permanent benefit charge at 15 cents.
If the benefit charge itself is permanent, you set the rate. So you set what the benefit charge is at the board. The benefit charge permanency just means we have the ability to do permanent charge forever. We don't have to go back and renew it. You control annually how much the benefit charge is the board.
But we can only take up as much as,
60% of your operating budget, which is 60 million plus. So currently it's 7.
And I think that that's a point worth highlighting is that this doesn't take any control away from the board to make these decisions of where we set the rates on any of these things. It's really about getting the tools in the toolbox so that we can balance our budget, and the budget's still gonna determine how much, the rate setting is still gonna happen. The control isn't gonna leave the board, and that's true of all of these options.
So right now, you look at that, put it up for the capital bond, what are we thinking? Because we know that Station 22 is gonna be 20 million, we have other things. So I guess I'll tell you from my perspective that before that question gets answered, there's a whole thing. We have several things that we need to deal with in public. Your benefit charge expires in 26. We have to do something with renewing the benefit charge at some point in time. Your EMS levy expires in 28. You have to do something with that prior, right? So, and depending on what you do, changes the dynamic of, for example, a permanent benefit charge is a 6% vote. Permanent EMS levy, 6% vote requires validation. A 10-year benefit charge, simple majority vote. A 10-year EMS levy, simple. So there's, I think before we get to that question, Commissioner Daniels, it has to be, I don't think you can, at least from staff's perspective, we can't look at them as one-off because they all impact each other, right? And so in other words, I think you have to look at it in totality. Staff's hoping that as we have this conversation, benefit charges or the bond and capital is important. But right now we have a problem with just how we're going to operate the day-to-day operations of the organization from a revenue perspective. So what we'd like to do is hopefully get dialogue around that. Get a consensus course of what that looks like. And obviously there's lots of options. And then park the capital stuff here. And then once we get to a place where we understand kind of a general idea of how we want to move forward to fund the organization for the long run, then figure out how capital debt fits in, right? And it may change, right? Capital debt requires validation, it's a supermajority vote. We know that post-presidential election years are out because you won't validate. So we already have some limitations on that, right? And so to go back to the options, I think staff and leadership was all on the same page. Permanent benefit charge makes an absolute lot of sense. Nobody's gonna argue that. That in and of itself is just a one-off item. It becomes a much easier conversation. But when you add a 60% debt service with validation, and you add, if you do a permanent EMS levy, a 60% debt or 6% vote with validation, or a simple majority vote, right? And we're compressed. We have to have those three things done prior to 2028. We're compressed. So what does that mean? Some of the concerns that we have had conversations about with the permanent benefit charge is the term permanent. That is something. So in an EMS levy, when you say permanent, it means the levy vehicle itself is permanent, but I still have to go ask the public for anything over 1%. So they become less concerned about the term permanent. Benefit charge, once it's permanent, we don't talk to the public again about that resource, that revenue stream. We do know folks within the RFA that understand the benefit charge, understand it enough to know that you could go from 7 million today to 60 million tomorrow. And right now the taxpayers can whack us for that if they don't like it in the renewal. If we go permanent, there is no recourse for the public at that point in time. one of the concerns, and one of the thought process, once again, I think we want permanent funding mechanisms for our organization. If, and I suspect there will be, because I know the conversation between Brian, like Paris, when they were having, again, some of the conversations they had specifically in regards to the benefit charge, is there very well may be a no campaign on behalf of the benefit charge because it's permanent. And it takes all the voice away from the citizens forever, where if you put the benefit charge in play and we have to go back and renew every 6 or 10 years, at least the citizens have a voice every 6 to 10 years. And where we are from a revenue perspective to run and have enough revenue to meet the demands and the expenditure demands of the RFA. I don't know if we're in a place where we can put the permanent benefit charge forward and fail it. Because we don't get the 60%. And now we're at a place in 2025 where now we're in a pickle. Because the only deal we have to raise revenue is the benefit charge, and then we got to go and renew it after we bring it up to cover or make huge significant cuts to what we do. Which is kind of what pivoted us away from a permanent benefit charge. Because of the risk and the option the option one you saw forward was doing an EMS levy was, we haven't done a revenue initiative since we put our EMS levy in play in 2018. We've run status quo. We've taken 1% and we've increased the benefit charge by 2%. That's it. We haven't done anything else. And we've absorbed the cost of living increases that we've seen in the unprecedented cost of living. To our credit, we have the capabilities to do that. That's a great story. It's a testament to what we as a team have done within RFA.
We've absorbed the cost of living adjustments through our cash balance.
Exactly right. So we've been able to do that. But we're at a place where, at least from where if we're gonna not cut the budget and we're gonna maintain status quo, we need a revenue ask. And we need one that we're confident will be highly successful at, which is, in our opinion, the EMS levy.
You know what the benefit charge vote passed by?
I'm gonna refer to Leslie.
Was it over 60%?
I think so, I don't remember, I have to look it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if it passed, then with over 6%, even though it wasn't permanent, but like the selling point was, it's a more fair way to be taxed. It's not just on a assessed value.
Totally agree with all that. The problem is I think you'd have somebody putting a no campaign up because of the fact that you guys have lots of control over it. And if there's a no campaign, I'm not so sure we get 60%. I think it would still pass with the majority. We run the risk of a 6%. And if we do that and continue status quo and fail it, 25 is going to be a really, really tough year for us. Because we still have benefit charge, it doesn't go away because we have a 226, but now you're at a spot where that's our only vehicle to collect more revenue. And you are going back to my assumption at that point to a 6 or 10. And you just either, we're only at 6 million. You're talking about almost doubling it to maintain what we need or more. And that makes the sell harder if we're not successful in the first run. And then when you add revenue needs, the fact that we have to renew the benefit charge by 26, the fact that we have to renew the EMS levy prior to 28, and then you've got capital out here, and then the wild card over here is City of Edmonds wanting to annex in RFA, right? That all plays into this. So the rationale for staff and the conversation that actually Leslie and I had conversely then had the conversation with CFO is, we're in a spot where we need to ensure that we have some form of revenue generation to maintain what we currently have, the status quo. At that place, the EMS levy becomes in our opinion, the easiest, most assured revenue stream. And it's a simple majority, not a super majority. That's where you get the 10-year benefit charge renewal because it's a simple majority. EMS levy renewal at 10 years, simple majority. Your live limits are simple majority, and then the only super majority of validation issue you have to deal with is capital when you insert it. So those were some of the conversations we had, and realizing that it becomes quite complex. You can't look at it one piece and only one piece because they all intertwine. And we've been really, really good from a fiscal perspective in this organization, and I'm actually really proud of it. But we're at a place where we're at a crossroads. I believe we're in a spot where we need to look at what we're gonna do for revenue for next year in the long term. And I don't think we can put something forward that we might or might not get. I think we need to be more certain than that moving forward, at least from our perspective, as that alternate option that Chris put forward for what we originally proposed. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I try to simplify, I'm a simple mind. 2024. For permanent benefit charge. It seems to me there's not too much resistance to the benefit charge right now, right?
Well, I will say from the people currently in the RFA, the answer is no.
Okay,
But understand, multi-terrace and Briar are brand new into the RFA.
right,
And I will tell you, there are people that were critical of one of those cities coming into the RFA, understand the benefit charge fairly well. They understand it enough to run a no campaign as a result of it being permanent and the things we just talked about. So
yeah, I think when, I remember I was part of the campaigning for benefit charge. I even have signs that we can still use it. And my argument is that benefit charge is really good for residents. Because, we're basically, I call it an equalizer because you own a $2 million house, and yet you don't pay, same as a Home Depot, got $2 million. Because Home Depot is more service, right? So to me, it's a much more easy argument, but which is more important, right? Because you said that 2024 permanent charge versus if you go 2025, it's 10-year benefit renewal. So I would prefer 2024 for that.
I agree, but, here's, because Leslie's gonna get asked the question. And here's where the con's gonna come from. Is permanent. And your current benefit charge, because we've been judicious with it, has been about $7 million, about 7% of the budget. It can be 60% of the budget. And their argument's going to be, and I'm envisioning what they put in the voters pamphlet, that commissioners get to go from 7 million to 60 million with no voice from you if you approve this permanent benefit charge. And when they ask us, that's exactly true. It can happen. Because it's permanent. I never have to go back to the public again if we do a permanent benefit charge. If somebody comes with that same argument in a 10-year renewal or a 6-year renewal, my response to them is yes, but if I'm not judicious with how we do the benefit charge, I'm coming back to you to renew it. So it's in our best interest to be fiscally right, because I'm gonna come ask you to renew it. In the permanent sense, they don't.
Well,
And the challenges we have when we went permanent with District 1. David, it's not the concept of the benefit charge. People know it's good. Where we're concerned is somebody running a no campaign. And then I think we're gonna be hard pressed to get 60%. That's the issue. It's not about how great it is and it's not about that. It's about, because if we fail it, where are we at?
Well, we feel we just go back to temporary, right? Renew.
Well,
It's 10 years.
but we're doing it in the context of what we're doing for long-term revenue.
Right.
If we're putting the permanent benefit charge to help show up and use it as a mechanism to increase revenue to maintain what we have, and you don't pass it, then in 25, you ratchet it up to cover what we need to cover in revenue, and now you're going to renew it. when you go from 7 million to 17 million as a result of covering the gap of revenue.
Yeah, I know there's risk, but my thinking is that majority of people levy is permanent, right? They don't go and say, the levy rate is different, but they don't, there's not really a big control there. I'm hoping, first of all, not too many people even know about benefit charge, right?
Well, that's part of the problem, David. If they do that and somebody does a con, the risk, once again, I've been an advocate support of the benefit charge, and I absolutely want a permanent benefit charge with more effect. Our concern is if we move forward with that and say that's gonna be our solution for revenue for 25 and
Well,
26.
that's not a complete solution, it's part of the solution,
No, I get it, but it's gonna cover our gap,
right?
and somebody comes out with a con. It puts that revenue mechanism, and Leslie and I and the rest of believe it puts it at risk, and I don't know. Cause it's 60%. I don't know if we get there. That's what brought back the alternative, and I think at the end of the day, our job is to make sure you know what we're thinking.
Right.
You know, I don't disagree with Chris. It is the best solution in and of itself, but when you add all the other pieces, I think we've moved and think we should do a guaranteed revenue, because I'm quite confident we can pass a levy. I'm quite confident we can pass a 10-year renewal. I'm quite confident we can pass a 10-year EMS renewal, right? I'm confident in those pieces. And quite frankly, I'm really confident that when the time is right, we will pass our capital bond measure, because there's a great story to tell. The wild card on this is when, if there's a con committee and there's an opposition to our permanent benefit charge, they don't have to say very much. That puts other people saying, oh yeah, we're not doing that.
I have a question. Since the board has this power currently to raise the benefit charge, has there been any public messaging to the fact that yearly we held the benefit charge at a certain rate? In other words,
We have it on our website, and, but I don't know that we've done any, messaging, maybe in our newsletter, I guess, said that at that rate. But that is the question that I got when we ran the benefit charge from people who had questions, concerns. The question was, how do I know you're not going to just go for 60%? What's to keep you from doing that? There's nothing to keep you from doing that. And I could say, you have to renew it, and you get to elect commissioners. And if your commissioners raised it to 60%, do you think you'd vote for them again? I mean, those are your two avenues of accountability, and making it permanent takes that away.
so I guess where I'm going with this, if we did a positive campaign ahead of anything like this, you could say, hey, historically, this is where we're at. You have control because you have commissioners, they're there as part of your voice.
Yeah, and I think that is a good argument. And I think it's a new funding mechanism. People aren't as familiar with it as they are with the witness levy. And especially, I would say, the voters in the new areas that have annexed in since the last vote. I'm guessing that maybe people in the RFA, the original RFA who voted on it, may have a little bit better comfort level than cities that just joined the RFA. Not sure, but that would be a concern. And go ahead, you have a question.
Neither one of our cities are big enough to outvote all the other people.
Yes, I think that you make a good point. Yeah,
No, but I do believe they could bring forward a con committee that actually could influence a lot of folks within the whole RFA in itself, right?
And based upon the responses that we got from some people, if you're asking for the permanent, that I do believe, and I think it would come from people out of Briar, just for the record, that they would be the ones who would do the con committee. Because they didn't like the fact that we went a year early, that we were ending our contract a year early. They were concerned about that benefit charge. And they need some time to see that you're really being fiscally responsible and that you're not just gonna come in and go, oh, hey, not only did your taxes go up this year because you joined the RFA, now we want them to double because you just gave us the power to do whatever we want. So I mean, if you got a few years in where our cities saw how you handle it and they were able to have a better comfort level with it, you're more likely to get something further down the road, as a permanent.
Do you think the Bryan residents would be upset if we put a levy that lived? So taxes go up again?
On the EMS levy, I don't think so, because when we have had to renew our, we made our EMS levy a permanent levy. And then, when we brought it back up, they voted for that. They realized that EMS, it's gotta be funded, and especially when you can show how, the EMS levy gets that degradation year after year that, 1%, wow, that, like for us, it took a huge hit, is a $2 million homes to live in Briar. So, I mean, you have a better chance of getting an EMS levy to go than the benefit charge, because everybody connects EMS with, somebody's gonna show up if I'm having a heart attack. Somebody's gonna show up if I, fall off the ladder and, need help, getting to the hospital. The benefit charge, they're not there yet. They haven't seen it for themselves yet. The people who sit on this board are gonna represent them appropriately and not gouge them.
Well, and I think part of that reason why I think we should either not raise taxes this year or keep tax increases low to allay some of those fears. They come on board in 2023, and before 2023 is out, we're raising taxes. That's a concern that I have. And this other issue of, the permanency, I understand the benefit of the permanency to the organization, because it's permanent, you can rely on it. But from the taxpayer perspective, I think that temporary, that you have to go back and renew it, is not a bad thing. It allows us to go back to our voters, who are our bosses, and ask them, do you still like this? The EMS levy, the fire levy, the fire benefit charge. And if they tell us they don't, and they vote it down, that's their power. And if they don't want that, then we'll give them at the level that they want, what they're willing to pay for. And this is a dynamic that's happening in Marysville, the Marysville School District right now. And that is, they've repeatedly failed their, I don't recall the precise levy, but they failed their levies, and yet they continue to look for people to bail them out. And it's gonna be bad for the school and the students, but the people have voted. I believe the responsibility of the school board is to give the voters what they are willing to pay for, and they're not willing to pay for a great education. So be it. That's the power of the voters in Marysville. Marysville wants to cry to the state about how the state needs to pay for it and everybody else needs to pay for it. And then my guess is one way or another, they're gonna get somebody else to pay for it. What's gonna happen? But it defeats the dynamic of the power of the bosses, which are the voters, to decide. And so what I have liked here is, in the past, we've had a practice of each year going, and this is drifting back a number of years, but doing a levy lift for the EMS one year and fire another year. And one of the things that I liked about that was that it's going back to the voters to ask them, do you like the service? Have we been responsible? If so, our costs are increasing and we need you to fund the levy at this level. And we got positive responses. It's also nice that that's a 50% vote level, which I also like. But I don't see any problem with these temporary levies and having to go back to the voters, because it gives them a chance to weigh in. And I think that it's a good thing for the voters. It's not as good for the institution of South County Fire, but also looking out for the taxpayers and their interests. So I kind of see there's a tension there between permanent staff and potentially the voters in the commission about how to look at that. One way to look at it is these levies that are only good for a period of time and take a renewal. It's not a bad thing.
Well, and I think if you go for the 10-year, I think you can make a good argument for that, because part of the argument there is that if you're having to go back to them every 6 years, it costs money to go to the voters. It does. And so if you say we want the 10-year instead of the 6-year to save us, the cost of, not coming back to you quite as often. Because we had people in our election, we had to be part of the primary because we had 3 people run for one position. And one of the people didn't even put any information into the voters pamphlet. Nothing, nothing. You had all kinds of excuses on our community page, but somebody brought up, doesn't that cost us money? It absolutely costs us money. And so I think being able to say, hey, we want you to give us a little bit more time on this temporary, deal so that you'll have a vote again, but we'd like to extend that vote. We don't want to go for a 6-year, we want to go for a 10-year. I think that it'll be easier pill to swallow for people because they're still going to have a vote. You're not taking that ability away from them, and it gives you the time to show them we're good stewards of your money. Here's what we're doing. I don't think this, because I'm a taxpayer too. I don't think you're gonna get a permanent anytime soon, especially with the cost of inflation and everything, because that's slitting your own throat. That, oh yeah, have the permanent, charge me whatever. I can't afford, half the stuff that I was able to afford 2 years ago. And now you're gonna up my, fees because we need fire. I mean, we need fire in this. There's no way around that. But giving them a little bit more say in the matter, I think you'll get the votes that you need to pass, whether it's the EMS levy or a 10-year benefit charge renewal, whichever one you go with, as long as it leaves some power in their hands, I see them giving you what you need.
I concur with you, Paul, what we just said, that leave power in their hands, they're gonna be more inclined. With the economic situation that you just spoke of, where things are still inflated, so. Commissioner Rowan, you're gonna speak up.
Oh, I want to apologize to everyone for being late this morning. I have a day job. I had some morning meetings that I had to get to and couldn't avoid. But to this subject, I think it is there's merits on both ends. We have to realize that the whole 1%, budget increase every single year, I think that was sold to voters with incomplete information that they didn't realize. And if we had the ability to make a case now for the same thing, and knowing now what we didn't know then, the impacts of it, it may not pass. But either way, we have to realize that there's a balance between a direct democracy where we're going to them very often and they're always weighing in on things, because then that places the long-term stability of the organization in possible jeopardy to political wiles, to temporary economic, issues. So there is a value to stability, to our liaison Swisher's point, going to them 6 years or 10 years, having that stability of the 10 years, being able to budget, forecast, and know it. And I would disagree at least on one point though, and that is a permanent, anything permanent. I think it's a misleading term. Yes, it's permanent as in you don't have to go back to the voters again and again to renew it. But it is something where the voters have a vote every few years in the makeup of this commission, in the commissioners that determine what are we going to cut, what are we going to keep. And so if you have a permanent levy and the commissioners decide, well, we don't need to spend so much, or the voters say, you guys are spending too much, we're gonna vote in people that are gonna cut programs. They'll come in, cut programs, the budget will get cut down, and though that, levy is permanent, the effect to the voters is they're gonna be paying less because there's gonna be a smaller budget. So I think that whatever we decide, we need to balance. Definitely, the voters need a voice in this, completely agree. But also balance that with stability and the values, kind of as Swisher brought up, of not having to spend organizational money on the efforts to, do this all the time. So that's just what I wanted to say. I think we'll find a balance. I'm confident.
When does staff need us to make a decision?
What? Sorry.
When does staff need us to make a decision by
Well, I think, so I guess I will say that Chris and I and the rest of the staff need to have an idea first, are you willing to move forward on some form of revenue generation to cover the revenue and expenditure gap? That helps us as we move forward with the 2024 budget, right? Because Chris has to do his work on Monday, get the packet together and get it to you, a week after this meeting, or less than, just over a week after this meeting, correct? So we need to have an idea of course direction that the commission wants to go. Whether you pick a permanent benefit charge or what the option is, if we're gonna move forward with some form of initiative in 2024, we can put the money, we can make sure the money's in the budget, we can continue to have the dialogue about what makes the most sense. One of the things that I think we and staff and Chris will have to do is have a contingent, if we go with the benefit charge and it doesn't pass, what do we do? What does that mean, right? Because we still have the option to increase the benefit charge, but there's ramifications to that. If we're at 7 and gotta go to 14 million, we've doubled it, and then we're gonna go ask them to renew it. That's problematic, right? So there's things where, depending on where the board chooses to go, there's some contingent things that staff will be working through, because I'm sure you want to know some of that as we continue to, have that dialogue. And I guess I'll look at Chris. Is there other things or a different way you want to answer that from your seat?
So I think that what's important in this budget cycle is that we get a commitment from the board to do something, because it changes the long-term trajectory from financial planning. So that's really what we need to get, whether it's a 6-year benefit charge next year, or it's in 2025, or it's a 10-year. Those details we can kind of iron out as the calendar to get those things in front of voters makes sense. But really we need to avoid the situation where we end up with just not enough funding in 2025. We need to get something in place, or at least know what that financial future looks like by the time we're developing a 2025 budget. And so I think that's what we're looking for now. And I think to achieve this point, if something fails, we go out to voters in 2024, no matter what it is, if it fails, if that commitment is still strong from the board to move forward, we're going to have some things that we can do. It's whether or not the organization, I know there's differing viewpoints on this board, we need to kind of know the direction that we're going. And that's the thing that's most important. I think some of those details we can kind of work on a little bit later, but that's I think what's most important from my perspective. Yeah.
Right. Okay, I just want to make a couple comments. So one of them is that your staff, there was a lot of anxiety at City Hall when Melanie Charles was attempting to end this. And your staff, including your GIO, was amazing. They really know what they're doing. I would lean on their advice. They handled it very well. We thought we were going to get much more opposition. They really handled it well, including everything they needed to happen. Then to get on the subject of revenue, because obviously you can't fund a deficit, but I do think that if you were to annex in areas and then do a service reduction, that would be undesirable for the people who annexed it. So I think that Commissioner King had a great idea of kind of easing into some kind of a rate, so you don't hit the taxpayers too hard after they've annexed in, but you do get enough to cover so that you're not running in a deficit. That's reasonable. That's just my opinion. I'm not a politician. I'm not a board director, so I'll throw that out there, but I would want to say again, your staff has a lot of skill with this and it was amazing for us at least. And so I would lean on them heavily to take their advice. So I didn't say that.
Okay, I'm definitely telling you, I'm open-minded. You can convince me, maybe we do not need the permanent, if that's the board choose. But I'm also can't believe I'm agree with Commissioner Cannon. No, we do want to ease in, so I don't mind if I look at this long-term projection. We probably don't have to raise anything significantly until 2026, so I'm willing to, but at the same time, we do, kind of Commissioner Cannon said that we do have to modify our expenses, so we don't have a huge deficit to go with it. So I'm reversing my thinking for permanent. But I think one thing we really need to emphasize is that maybe the board can promise that on the benefit charge, we're not going to touch the residential part of it. Or you keep it really low, because that's what the majority of voters are. On the commercial part, on the multifamily, and especially those nursing home type of thing, those have really using a lot of service, and many of the nursing home are for profit, right? So I think they really need to pay for it. And I know in the past, there's a lot of fields, not fields, but it's for a small nursing home, they don't even hire people, somebody fall off the bed, they call us, put them back on the bed. To me, that is really ridiculous, because by law, they have supposed to be our end to be there to help, and then they're using us as our end. To me, that is completely not fair, not just the dollar amount, but it's not, that's whole benefit charge all about, right, being fair, and they're not there.
So I think that to Commissioner Kenny's point, as well as Commissioner Chan's point about easing into it, and the option number 2 looks pretty good. I asked our executive assistant to print off something that I created just to back to what GD's been talking about, the totality and paying attention. And so manually I wrote in with the 2 options that are before us, and in 24. We do the 10-year fire benefit charge, with the presidential election that year, but then if we do 2027 EMS, that's a non-presidential election year. And I think that would be an easier way to ease people into the things, and so not sticker shock.
Just to clarify, is are you talking about option 2 on this option?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'm a fan of option 2 as well.
So in 2027, you lose out some. What happened to the banking capacity here? Are we able to?
So Mr. Chan, if we get a 10-year benefit charge, so remember I said earlier that the bank capacity that we have is really our fallback for the benefit charge. If we have a 10-year benefit charge, to me, it makes sense that we could tap that bank capacity in the meantime. And so it's not listed here because it already exists. It's just a little bit, want to be cautious about using it while we don't have a permanent or a benefit, benefit charge is going to basically expire in, the near term.
Okay.
What is the bank capacity?
It's about 7.5 million.
A year.
Yes.
Or currently.
Well, a year and then 1% after. So if we exercise it, come again.
You think you have clarity from the board?
Yeah, and I guess like I said, all these work. If we look at the context of the bigger picture, right? The 10-year levy, doing the 10-year levy, getting that to a place where we can actually bring it up and start playing the game with levy, like probably, I think we originally intended to use, I think puts our CFO in a better position to let us use bank levy capacity to cover. It does some of the things that I think the board's talking about, which is it addresses, Edmund's still out there, the curveball that's coming. Do they come, do they not? The benefit charge allows us to do the things. It's a more fair way. People know that, we know that. It's not raising the EMS levy, so Edmonds comes next year. It does a lot of things that has gotten us to this place, right? We lived with the dollars we had, we spent some of the ending cash balance, we kept our levy rates where they were and haven't increased them. Never done limits past the 1%. Mill Creek, like Dersham Briar, that it was quite successful. It puts us in a place where we can use that same success with Edmonds coming in, and hopefully have the same result. And it kind of paves the way where we know we got to do an EMS levy renewal. We know that we typically go a year prior to it expiring. That's not unusual. And then I think Chris will talk about some of the other guiding principles with our erosion of the mill rates. And we've talked about once they erode 20%, staff should be anticipating us going back and raising the levy lid. I think we've had that conversation in the past, and this eroded so far that it's a huge lift to get it back. At least from those perspectives, at least what we can then do with that is it allows staff along with CFO to now go, and when we talk about the long-term revenue forecast, the long-term expenditure forecast, we now can go and say, okay, 24, we get the benefit charge, we have the ability to play with the benefit charge at 25 and 26. In 27, we're gonna renew the EMS levy, it's gonna go back to 50 cents. You can calculate that, what does that revenue source mean? We can look at the general levy and know where it is within these guiding principles, hopefully that we have another conversation about. And we can actually show you based on this conversation, the continued dialogue we have, what does that look like based on what we kind of have a consensus on? Once again, all those things, we can't go to the public, that's you guys put things on the right, but it gives us the ability to anticipate based on this conversation, what does our revenue look like long-term? Then it allows us to go and look at expenditures, right? You talked about Station 19, we're adding a resource in, it allows then staff to go say, okay, we're not doing this year, we're gonna do it next year because we know what the revenue forecast looks like. So yeah, I think it gets us to where I think we need to go, and I'll look at Chris to make sure that I'm not misspeaking for him. And then allow us to strategically look forward because, the 24 budget's the 24 budget. But staff looks at it from 5 to 6 or 7 to 8 to 9 also, right? And we're anticipating with transit coming in, we're anticipating with all these other pieces, where would, if we needed to do operational enhancements, where would that be? You've read the decision packages, you've heard from staff that's talked about administrative support help and some other things we need in this building. It allows us to strategically look at that and come forward with things that make sense, that meet what the economic conditions are for the RFAs, rather than come to you at a time where, that's what's awkward about today, right? We got decision packages that I forgot the total, 1.6, something like that, or a little bit more, in a spot where the revenues and expenditures were in the rears by 3.6. And to be honest with you, we're not asking for those decision packages to get funded because we got a call, right? But now that we know kind of what our future potentially looks like, now staff has the ability to go and do the work strategically that we need to do, and then bring it back for the board to see, and hopefully 25, 26, 27, 28, there's no surprises. We're on the same page, and we're talking, as part of the 2024's budget conversation, you're also getting a glimpse at what 25, 26, 27 is looking like, and here's what we're thinking, vice versa. So when things come to the budget, and for example, I'll just use that example, people in the budget, our hope is that we started the conversation today, next year's budget, we refine, we know what the economic, and you may or may not see it, and then maybe 3 years out, you guys will say, well, wait a minute, you've been talking about that for 2 years, where is it in your budget, type of thing. So trying not to get surprises, right? And we're a year in, this is the second round for this, so kind of like what we try to do with the board, bring things forward. We like to give at least 2 touches, have conversations, make sure that staff informs the board, so they can make informed decisions. We're trying to do that same thing with enhancements to the budget, you know, talk about it and staff, and we've directed all, at least on the operations side, to look out 3 and 4 years. Where do you need to be in 3 years? And start telling us what that is, so we can start informing you where we need to go, so.
Sorry to cut you off there.
It's okay.
I have one last question before I think we can move on, but that is, if we do the 10-year benefit charge and this is the process and laws and all that, 10 years, let's say 6 years into it, we decide we have to do what we want to do, the benefit charge should be higher. We can amend it and put something back on the voters, plate to go up, or are we locked into those 10 years and we cannot adjust it?
You set how much the benefit charge is annually as a board.
Okay.
So you totally control how much the benefit charge is going to be.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
annually. So you guys, totally control that. At the end of the day, you have, your parameters can't be more than 60% of the operating budget.
Got it.
That's your only parameter. You set it annually.
So the vote is basically just allowing us to have that. I don't want to go to a blank check, but a max spend. Got it.
Well, you bring a very good point. Edmonds coming in, even though I know you work with the council and mayor, but at the end of the day, as a voter, you have to approve that.
100%.
Right. I went to the mayor debate out in Waterfront. Every single candidate, they say they support the first responders and all that stuff. But I think it's critical now, if we go on the voting on next year, on 2024 for Edmonds, okay? Number one, a question I have, we don't know when the actual day, the light rail coming in. So when you upstaff the station 19, can we wait until we got a more firm date, not on January 1 upstaffing it versus June, July, August, upstaffing it? Is that possible?
Well, so
It should we be done?
So we'll move ahead. I will tell you, and Chief Isatella can chime in, is we're jumping ahead a little bit, but for Station 19 specifically, for those that have been around a while and the strategic, the standard and cover along with the facilities plan identified the need for at least a peak unit down at Station 19. If you remember, we added a peak unit 2 years ago, right? That was, so what I think you're gonna see what staff's gonna recommend is we take our current pieces that we already have and take the unit that we put on as a peak unit, move it to 19 or 18, right down in that area. And do it with the current puzzle pieces that we have and not actually ask for new staff today. Because the piece we added was part of the standard of cover that identified the region needing another unit. And that unit was really designed for around Station 19's area. We didn't do that for obvious reasons. We moved it up and it's either at 23, was at 12, we moved around. Where I think, Jason and the operations group will reallocate those units. At least put a daytime unit.
Cut to the dime now. In your proposal is $1.3 million for 8 people. Is that the whole year or just part of the year?
No, that's for the whole year. We'll get to that.
Yeah, so for context, you're referring to a decision package that's in the next section, right?
Right. I'm just, okay.
Just, can we close this issue out first and say, I think.
The reason I'm saying that, my rounding up is basically, we're trying to keep, because not only Briar and Montez people watching, the people in Edmonds is watching too, but also that we need to show that we're not gonna have a whole bunch of deficit out there. So they're smart enough, they will look into our stuff. So make sure that they are seeing that, oh, you guys are gonna, after we're joining, you guys are gonna jack up the thing. So that's my output.
Yeah,
I
can appreciate that. I just wanted to close this issue out because I just talked really quickly about what I see as next steps to make sure they're kind of on the right page with everyone. So it sounds like there's a lot of support for option 2. And like next steps for us, I think, and this was a great conversation. I appreciate everyone engaging in this. This is exactly what we wanted to have happen. So we have some direction to move forward. What I think the next steps would be to put some details around this option two, bring it back to the board, hopefully during your budget deliberations. Talk a little bit more in detail about what this looks like, what the schedule would look like, what the financial projection would look like, some of the political considerations that Leslie could probably help us with. Am I seeing support for that as next steps? Good. Okay, well, thank you. And the next topic is decision.
The lunch is supposed to be here at 11:45. So. Right, so if we can pause before we get into the next section. Then I think that would be best. So.
That was a great discussion, thanks. From staff perspective, that was,
Thank you.
that was, one of the biggest things for us in this meeting and this workshop was that exact conversation. So, on behalf of staff, thanks for that, because it was a great conversation that, we were hoping would happen and would break.
So we can just go home now?
Actually, the whole morning.
Yeah, it was. The morning.
Paul, I want to thank you. Your insights, I think as somebody that's worked on staff side in a different context still, and seen the impacts, the common sense approach, because you've dealt with all the political bullshit. Pardon my French,
That's okay, that's what I
and
was
you've had to
My president.
deal with it. I'm not worried about that. I think we're all adults here and taxpayers would agree with that assessment 100%. But I think that, I just want to say that, I wish that more individuals that were on that side saw the value in them becoming involved on the governance side of things, to offer that, cold splash of water in the face of people that may not have ever been, on the side of the fence that they're making decisions for.
Don't worry, I'm here to give you that.
And I appreciate it, and I am so thankful for it.
And we have you for 2 years.
Yeah, for 2 years, okay, I wasn't sure how long it was, but okay.
We want to start recording.
We will, let's ask you that.
Yeah, that's-
Plug this in somewhere.
I mean, heck, if the Senate could be presided by somebody in short instead of teeth, sure.
Help yourself to
I want to look at just the rules on a few things.
We're gonna break for an hour for lunch. No points. All right, we'll get back to business at hand. CFO Boswell, do you want to continue the presentation?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So we're moving into the final topic for today, that's decision packages, and for our liaisons that are new with us, decision packages are just, we have this opportunity in our budget, in our internal budget process for divisions to propose discretionary budget changes or additions. And so they submit those to the chief, and then the chief evaluates whether he wants to consider them for his chief's preliminary budget proposal that will be published next week. For the board. And so what these are, so we got 28 decision package requests from staff members. The chief chose 11 to share with you all. And I think Chief Eastman alluded to it earlier that it's going to be tough to fund any of these decision packages in this current budget. That doesn't mean they won't be, but it's just we're in a difficult situation financially. But there is a lot of value in bringing these to you just for awareness of some of the operational or organizational needs that we have. And so that's the reason that a lot of these items are being presented. There's a list on the slide. So these are the 11. Staff did go through and rank these in our perceived order of importance to the organization. And so that's the order that we'll present them in. And so I'll go ahead and start, and I'm not going to go into too much detail on this. I submitted one for revenue initiative to voters to fund some outreach and election costs associated with that. I think based on the direction that we got from the last item, that's all I really need to say about that one. The next item, I believe, is Chief Maxwell's, and it's EMS division restructuring. This came through with a budget of $15,000, and it is an ongoing $15,000.
Thank you. So I've, brought this up last year, and then I've alluded to it this year, and we talked about it at our division of courts. I have a lot of concerns about our ability to maintain EMS training. We have one, training MSO dedicated to our 350 department. I see heads shaking, like I brought this to you. I'm on Tuesday. Okay, yeah, so I wanted to bring a full-time instructor. I just don't think in this climate, we're gonna get there. So the fallback was to do a restructure for the next couple of years. And basically take an MSO, and if you look at the list of responsibilities, and have a battalion chief of EMS training, that's the $15,000. And then we also have a logistics MSO on days and make them into a full-time training MSO. So right now we have 3 daytime MSOs. And tomorrow, if we funded this, we would have three FTEs still on days, 1 battalion chief, 1 training MSO, and 1 QA MSO. And the reason I'm asking for the MSO to be changed for battalion chief, I would say in almost any other division, we wouldn't even blink if it wasn't EMS and calling them a battalion chief. They're in charge of, I mean, there's a huge list. I'll try and keep it brief, but I mean, we have, Commissioner Chan, you're asking, I was looking at it, and to deliver about 50 hours of education to every medic, over 100, and to 250 EMTs, and maybe up to 20 volunteers, you're looking at 10 to 15,000 hours in training. We're asking one person to do that, to be responsible for that. We also have them do EMS academies. Those are 2 weeks, however many academies we do. They're in charge of overseeing our students at medic school. And then there's a lot of sub courses. We have mandatory airway classes for all 100 medics every year. We have pediatric advanced life support, cardiac advanced life support. So we have 2 to 3 run reviews every month. I mean, it's, to me, I mean, I could keep going, but it's just, to me, it's the need there is so overwhelming that we need to start having we need a complement of people to do some training. And so, and then here are the, I guess, the existential issues is, since we don't have any BCs throughout the EMS continuum, we lack that step for successorship. And we need to start creating a pipeline, because we have very qualified, just high performing MSOs that can move up through these positions and do a lot for our organization. Then the other things, I'll just end with this. I have a lot more things, but I'll end with this. Pragmatically, we talked about this a lot this morning, how it's hard to get instructors on overtime because people want their off time. We used to rely on an army of off-duty overtime instructors. It's getting, people aren't as interested in coming in off duty and training our folks. That's the way we've done it. That's the way we've done it my whole career. And that is diminishing. And so that's kind of another threat we're trying to solve here. So I could go into more details, but.
Chief, I have a question.
Yeah.
I'm looking at all of these budget lines, 100,000, 130,000, 117,000, this, that, and the other thing, and you're probably the smallest item on there that's 15,000. What does that get us?
That's just the difference to take the MSO to battalion chief.
That's it?
Yep.
Is that all you need? It's
It's an alternative solution. You need more, but you go and fall back.
I see.
I don't.
It looks woefully underfunded.
It's I'm doing that because of the urgency to try and, so what we're gonna do is,
Yeah.
we have one logistics MSO on days.
Got
And here again, with Rob and Peter, Greg Paul, we're gonna try and move some of that logistics work out to our single shift MSOs. It's, there got lots of singles here going on.
Who backs
And
up
then-
who backs up the battalion chief once you make this move?
That's, so there will still be, we'll have a training MSO as well. So we'll have a QA MSO, a training MSO, and a EMS battalion training team.
I guess all I'm trying to go after here is that it just seems like we need more.
Yes.
We're 85% EMS in this organization, and I'm looking at 15 grand. And if we could call it finger in the dike, right? Type of approach.
Yes, we need more dedicated instructors because of all the reasons I explained. But I also am aware of the budgetary constraints we're in.
I'm just advocating on in your corner.
Thank you.
Say,
No, thank
more
you.
resources.
And I'm trying to be responsible in my work.
Thank you.
Chief Maxwell, last year the board authorized $300,000 for a new assistant chief of EMS, that was you, and the deputy chief of EMS position didn't go away. So effectively, there was an increase in the leadership capacity of the EMS division. And so when I see this, taking an MSO, making them a battalion chief, I'm wondering if I'm really getting it. Because that may be great for the second reason of the three that you described. It's a place for succession, it's a place for somebody to get promoted to, and that all sounds nice, and I understand that in the hierarchy of an organization like this, but I'm not sure that it actually is making any functional difference. When you have the three MSOs, one of them could do whatever you're thinking of for the battalion chief, one of them could do that now. You're not actually getting another position. I'm not sure that functionally makes a lot of difference. But it is another, somebody that can then call themselves a battalion chief. But I'm not sure that's really getting something. In other words, it's more, it's a middle manager, but do we really need that when we already have the 3 daytime MSOs in addition to the shift MSO? So what am I really getting out of it?
Well, I think you're getting a lot. I mean, if you look at, and this, I'm gonna answer indirectly and then directly.
That's fine.
But we look at in our training division, we have captains, battalion chief, deputy chief, and then it goes up to the assistant chief. If you look at our fire marshals, we have essentially the captain, we have 2 DCs. If you look in the operations division, you have your captains, we have 12 DCs. And you have that same succession. You don't have that in the EMS division. That's 86% of what we do. So now I'm going to answer directly. If I go down the responsibilities of maintaining, I'm going to say 350 state level certifications, recertifications, the continuing education of over 10,000 hours, overseeing multiple academies. If it was a fire academy, I don't think it would be questioned as much, but we're maintaining multiple academies. We're overseeing paramedic school, but we go through all these things. And I think it's
Span of control, right?
well, there's span of control, but I think that's more than enough to justify that, but at least a battalion chief would be overseeing that many different programs. And then they're also going to oversee a training MSO, which I think, as you're alluding to, we probably need more of that. We need, we've invested well. Chief Isotelo probably say we need more in our fire training, but this is 86% of what we do, and we need to be serious about the oversight of our training and education, because if we're not training and educating, we're not going to have the high quality of EMS response and everything. And because those programs, university level, EMS academies, state certifications, I think it deserves a battalion chief. And I think if it was any other realm of the fire service, it would have been a battalion chief 10 or 20 years ago.
Thank you.
Isn't that part of the whole deal? You guys are trying to do the 3D model?
Yep, and this would,
It'd be 3D.
yeah, and then I think all of our divisions would have. That as well.
Okay, the next item is the third ranking item is organization-wide training. And it's $50,000, there is ongoing. ACV.
So I'm gonna make sure I'm correct with CFO Buffalo. The decision package shows that we were allocating additional 25,000 of that's coming from the training division, getting assigned to HR. Is the way I read it. And then an extra additional 25,000. This is for very specific HR training that we're bringing forward for the decision package, but the conversation that we've been having about this topic is we really just need to do it. It's not one of those where from our perspective, it's discretionary. It talks about, multiple sessions for us to learn about human resource risk and all the stuff associated with that for the organization. And then the second side of what this will do for us is, talk about performance management, coaching council, implicit bias and some of those other pieces to get us to a place or build on where we are, from an organizational perspective, based on some of those things from HR and be very deliberate, in providing that, for organizations. So, that's what that is. And I'll look at CFO Buffalo to make sure I didn't miss anything or Jason and Sean if I missed anything on that topic, because it was put in with our HR director. And so you guys know, he's actually taking his son to college and that's why he's not here today. He's on his way to Chicago. And because she's not here, that's what this one's about. And if there's any other questions, I'll be glad to take them. And if I don't know the answer, I'll find it, but that's the gist of this ask.
So this is in kind of the same vein of mitigation, right? As long as we train our staff, we're gonna keep ourselves out of hot water and lawsuits and things like that. So it's a costly measure, really.
Yeah.
But in addition to fines.
And the intent of this is this will be ongoing. In other words, it'll go on, and if you look at the position package, it has just like everything else, a cost of living increase or an increase annually as a result of what we do. Or at least that's what it's projected to be.
Okay, if I can just add as well, this aligns the money over into HR. It traditionally has been in training. And then the question always comes up with staff is, sometimes we have, some folks that go to extra training, if you will. Who's paying for that and where is that money allocated? So this really kind of starts to get that into that HR room so that we know where those funds are coming from. So they don't come out of left field with training budget and suddenly there's, hey, we need to borrow some money to get some people some help. And I know this last year when we did all of our HR training, there was a multitude of processes that were out there that we probably need to get and start having, at least once a year, every other year, for that educational piece. And it's something that we've lacked in the organization for quite some time. Sorry, Commissioner Dan.
Yes, thank you. If I am recalling correctly, the board authorized a new HR employee mid-year, late spring, early summer 2022 as a full-time ongoing hire. And I see that this proposal references MJ Consulting providing consulting sessions in March of 2023. I know that's when we didn't have an HR director. And so what I'm wondering is if we put an extra person, FTE into HR in the middle of 2022, and we're back fully staffed here at now, at least in 2023. What are we getting out of this MJ Consulting? Because this, in my opinion, seems kind of ambiguous about what this is. I'm curious, what is this?
So I think that that's the respectful workplace training that we did for all employees. And we had,
I think so.
and we had somebody come in from, I think, Texas or something, who's here for a week. Every employee had to go through it. And it was basically, for lack of a more eloquent way to say it, it was sort of a risk management thing, to make sure that people know like what their resources are, how to handle things, and try to keep us out of trouble. And so that's what I believe that's what the MJ Consulting was. Was that?
Well, if that training was done 7 months ago, 8 months ago, for everybody, why are you doing it again? I feel like I'm missing a piece there on what's going on.
It's my understanding, and maybe somebody who's been here longer can speak to this with certainty, but it's my understanding that they used to do that same consultant used to come back every year. And I think might have been something that our insurer actually recommended for us. And is that?
The actually is a subset of the FI.
Okay, so
Yeah, that provides that training, and it used to be annually, and because of COVID and that, we missed it for, I believe, over 3 years. The organization, in my opinion, operationally and dealing with the employees, greatly needed that training. And I think we've seen a reduction in some of our interpersonal issues at the station level since we recently got that training, and it was mandated for all employees, staff here as well. And so it's something that the organization really needs annually.
What did we use before we used them? Was that just always, it's always been in person? Just they're different.
We use this individual for years. I think as long as I've been here, for 20 years.
So with the risk management in mind, I know that at least a couple of companies that I've worked with, I know we use it here for our IT security training. We use KnowBe4, which is basically kind of a online training platform for things like security risk management, but also I know that I'm pretty sure that platform also has training on other matters, including workplace safety training, workplace, non-harassment, all of that stuff. Is this something where we have multiple tools that can accomplish the same goal, and we just need to pick the best one? Or do we have overlap between the two where we could, is it something where there's something about this training being in person that is critically valuable to content?
I guess I'll say that the gentleman that comes in does it for fire. He understands fire, understands the challenges fire has. And I've been through it in multiple different venues. He's the best I've ever done it through, to the point where I think the employees that go through it with him come out of it with what we're hoping they come out of it versus some of those other can't, because it's not canned per se. I mean, the content and what's going on is part of it, but it's not a canned program. It's not one that, for what you're speaking of, that we buy into it, we get it, and then everybody else who buys in it gets it. It's a
dialogue, it's a discussion.
Yeah, it is. And there's I think currently today, there's huge benefit for that aspect. And I guess I don't want to speak for our HR director because he has really good insight. He's getting to know the organization. And if we want further dialogue on this specific piece, I'd like to be able to bring David back. And tell you why wants this to continue and why he wants to add versus, us trying to read his mind. I know we see value in it, and he's the one that put this in and wants to continue it ongoing. And I guess I bring him back to give you the highlight detail and the stuff that, the backside of why he wants to continue this and why some of those other options weren't what he chose to bring forward today. If that's fair to the.
Yeah, I think maybe another thing we could look at, and just an idea to maybe displace this is, that can training, but then you think whatever that gap is something that staff, the culture training that we already do, layered on top of the formalized kind of CAN training could, fill that gap. CAN plus staff equals outside consultant coming in type thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think David will have an understanding of why he wanted to do it. I think he can answer that question far better than us, because it's.
How much was that budget item?
It's 25,000.
I think he has 25,000 reasons why he wants to do it that much, but not just getting started. Sorry.
The issue that it raises for me, really centers more in, what's going on in the HR department. And what's the future of the HR department? Because the HR director has been here for a while now. At least I haven't seen a report from him about what's going on and how does it look. You're the HR director with experience from other organizations. We've had obviously big problems in the HR department in the last year. So how are we doing now? What do we need for the future? And so I have never heard of this MJ Consulting previously. Our previous HR director did some type of this training related to the implicit bias. And obviously that was provided for free. I don't know the interrelationship of that to the MJ Consulting. The MJ Consulting sounds fine. I mean, I'm not, that sounds good. I just have not heard of that before. But when we start then talking about performance management and coaching and counseling, like exactly what's going on with that. And this really, I mean, the 25,000 is really more about what's going on in HR. There was a new FTE added, obviously our HR director wasn't involved in that, but it's more about, are we right sized? Do we have enough capability to handle our HR needs, and what's going on as we look into 2024? And that the MJ Consulting under 25,000, I don't understand, just kind of opens that door. So I'm looking for more of a discussion about that, because I could potentially see bigger needs in the HR department. And part of it is also some reassurance or some professional observation or critique addressing the rupture in our HR department and trying to make this good going forward. It's really about looking forward. And I haven't heard anything on that. I kind of feel like the get your feet wet and kind of figure out what's going on time has expired, and I'm kind of interested in, okay, so what are we gonna do going forward? Okay, thanks. Yep.
All right, so the next item is ranks number 10. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I thought in the morning, I exceed my quota asking question rate, it's happening pretty quiet. In the past, I just followed up with Commissioner Kenny. In the past, Sandra had been here every single meeting. But now this HR person never even show up once. I saw him one time, I don't even recognize him, sitting in the back. Is there any particular change, Mr. G? Strategic wise, or what's going on?
Well, so I think we try to make sure that the folks that have stuff on the agenda are here. And because of the workload that everybody else has, if they don't have business for the board or have business before the board, that they're not here in general, right? And so I think we've been holding that true for the HR director who, for the last few, hasn't been here long, drinking through the funnel, those kind of pieces where, trying to have them before the board when they have business before the board, and when they don't have business before the board, to not have them here at the end of the day. So that's the rationale behind it. We're trying very hard to, making sure that when people are here, there's purpose for them to be here. And if they don't need to be here, that we don't have them here when they don't need to be. So that's the background behind it. And like I said, the reason he's not here today is because he's taking the son to college. So otherwise he'd be here. So
because he's the one he's the one who know all this stuff. So it'd be better to
I agree, and I did my best for him taking care of family and stuff, but we'll get the HR director in front of the board hopefully next meeting, and he can not only address this issue, but I think with regards to what Commissioner Kenny asked for is can give you kind of where the HR division's at and I think answer, or at least start the dialogue, I don't think that's an unreasonable ask, and, I think it was on the path to do it, it just hasn't happened yet, so we'll make that happen, if it's not, if it's not in the first meeting, I don't know what schedule's like, it'll be, you know, the first 2 meetings of the month, we'll get in front of you to address this, the other issues, so it's germane to the budget conversations, you guys deliberate, make those decisions.
All right, so the fourth ranking item is upstaffing for Station 19. This has an ongoing cost of $1.35 million. And
I'll start with it, and I know Chief Isaac will fill in, we've been talking about a lot over the last few days. I think we all know that over the years, we've talked about the challenges and the needs with the call demand that's happening in Mulligan and Briar, and the need for additional resource, at least a transport resource down there from peak time, or a 24-hour time. We've had lots of conversation about that. It's been in the standard to cover document. It's been in the capital facilities plan document. And we do identify at some point in time that we are going to need to upstaff and change our minimum staffing to add 2 additional people. Whether that's converting one of our units to 24 and putting on to the PU or what. But if you go back in time and remember, and Jason, I don't know dates like Chief Otis does, so I'm horrible at that. I know we did add another PAU. It was in line with the city gate report and the facility plan. The board, we put it on. One of the challenges were though, because there are contract cities and the way the contracts are laid out and who's paying for things, we put it in a place within the RFA. And now we're at a place where now that the city of Mulligan and the city of Briar are part of the RFA, we want you to know that there is going to be a staffing need. I think the tentative plan, at least what we've been talking about, is to look at our current transports and how they're deployed and redeploy those amongst the stations now that are in RFA, which includes station 18 and 19. And not ask for 9 FTEs right now as a result of all the things we talked about with the budget and what goes on with that. But we want to let you know at some point in time, there will be a need, and Commissioner Chan, you talked about light rail and all those other pieces, and we know light rail, comes up to Montlake Terrace, and so we know what that means. And so what we'd like, what staff's looking at doing first is to reallocate the resources we do have, and maybe look at, uncross staffing and some of the things that Jason and the rest of his team, Sean, look at doing, see what the things come back at, and if we need to change staffing or add a 24-hour unit, we'll come back to you for that. Right now, we think we can actually move the puzzle pieces around now that they're all part of us, because some of our resources have some capacity, and if we strategically move around, see what that does, evaluate it, and then if what we think isn't the case, and we do need to staff differently than we are, we won't hesitate to come back and have a conversation with the board about it. And whether that's mid-year or part of the 2025 budget conversation, we'll bring that back. But that's the plan for this. It's not, it'd be real easy for me to come and say, we want 2 more people, and I don't think you guys would not necessarily not expect us to do that. But I think for us to do our due diligence, now that we have the ability to add 18 and 19 to our current deployment, move some things around, and see if we have if we just have the right pieces, just not quite in the right place, to cover the needs today, knowing that sometime in the not too distant future with light rail and the other things we have coming, we know we're gonna have to ultimately increase staffing at some point. But we think we can actually move things around first. And I think that when staff does that, we'll be on much firmer ground when we come and say, we actually do need the people, and here's actually why. We did this, here's where the gap still remains, and then we bring the ask to you at that point in time. So, Jason, what did I miss? in that conversation.
And then I just add, I think that we're in a really good place, because we have a lot of options. So there's a lot of things that we can do, and a lot of times we're in the numbers and using data to make these decisions, not what we feel from our experience as chiefs. And so honestly, a 3-month trial is the minimum really to look at data, but ideally would be a 6-month, at least. And with the option too, if something absolutely is not working, just make clear adjustments than that. But I feel like as ops chief, we're in a really good position here, because we have a lot of options, and there's a lot of things that we can try here to see how it works down there, that who knows, we may make some other adjustments to our deployment, within the other 10 stations that are deployed. And obviously the Edmonds is Edmonds, and so they're pretty locked in by what they're paying for at the time, but we even discussed what that looks like. So we're trying to look forward and make sure that we understand as much as we can the impacts in that region with the contract with Edmonds as well. So it's very complex, but I feel good about it. We've got a lot of options.
The anticipated revenue service starting, this coming fall of 2020.
Yeah, I'm learning it now.
With the anticipated revenue service starting in fall of 2024 as of Sound Transit's latest schedule, have they approached you to talk to you about how that's going to be handled?
From what perspective?
Well, in our discussions, in the city's discussions with Sound Transit, they said that they were independently speaking to South County Fire about how they were going to manage stations in both Mountain Lake Terrace and.
I don't know if it was so much staffing, but it was to offset the impacts to.
Okay, so they have started those
So we-
discussions with you. Okay, good.
Yeah, we have a deal, with them with that covers the training, the initial training and that, to include the assistance and funding for a rescue, apparatus.
So we've had dialogue with the South Transit team. Jason and his team have been part of that piece. And I think, what was it, 3 months ago?
Yeah,
We signed an agreement for dollars and cents.
Thank you.
With regard to that. And actually, I think we have a really good working relationship from an operational perspective with South Transit.
we absolutely do. Yeah.
Okay.
That hasn't always been the case with the other departments, so, we did really well.
Okay. Commissioner Carnal and Commissioner King.
Yeah, I guess I was victim of my lunch, my carbs must be making me sleepy, so, but am I correct that you're wanting to up staff Station 19 at 1.3 and change million dollars here, and you gave an explanation of a lot of moving parts, fluidity, trying things out. Exactly what is this by? Is it a fixed amount of bodies? And did I miss that number? Because I heard 2 and I thought,
Oh, sorry.
pretty expensive.
It's an addition of 9 FTE positions.
9, thank you very much. I missed that.
Sorry.
That in between. the
My
lines.
apologies.
It's essentially a 2-person transport unit,
Okay,
and then across 4 shifts.
4 shifts, got it.
Okay, and then covering the vacation and the crew time, there's a.
Oh, thank you. Great.
Sorry, we didn't explain it.
That's all right, I'm back. Right back. Okay. Is that it? Yep, that's it. That's what you're getting.
Yeah, to the extent that you can, because like Sound Transit's not coming online, so. Sometime in the latter half of 2024. I generally see stability between now and this time next year. So to the extent that you can try some tweaks, move a day unit, and not hire 9 more people at that $1 million+ per year. I think that assists us in keeping potentially tax increases lower this year, which would be particularly good with 2 new cities on board and a 3rd city recently on board that there were significant tax increases for them. That was baked into the pie, so to speak, but not necessarily this year. That just helps smooth over the transition if we can find ways to not do that. If needed, look at it in 2025 or subsequent years, makes it a little more palatable, shall we say, than jumping into it or 2024. So is that what you're talking about? Sounds good.
And I think that's, as we continue, and you'll see a common theme with what we're talking about from the station ID staffing down, you're gonna see a common theme is part of this was, again, we told staff, be looking futuristic. So we can have this kind of a conversation with the board about, for this, in this case, a very substantial impact to our budget that goes on forever, and have this dialogue. So when it does actually make it to the budget, or it makes it to the chief's budget, it won't be a surprise, whether it's agreed to or not agreed to, or supported or not supported. That's a whole nother conversation, but staff, we're trying really hard to be strategically looking forward and having this kind of a dialogue with you to say, here's what we see coming, and here's what we think they look like. And, you know, we'll put them in as decision packages, you'll see them, we'll talk about them, and just like we did today, you know, this is not going to be in chief's budget. We're gonna do these other things and talk about it, but we want it to be on the radar, and you're gonna see a common theme. With the rest of these fall in that same category. The three that were before this are ones that I think are gonna make it in the chief's budget. And you will see in what we bring forward to you in the coming weeks, with regards to chief proposals. So, I want, that's a theme, and I want to, that's important, because as we continue to have staff do that, if you, and I guess I'm looking to see if you guys like this concept too. We're starting it. If it's something that the board says, this is a good idea, keep doing it, or, yeah, we don't want to be bored with all this other stuff, and we want to see it the year you got it. I don't think that's the case, but, I want to make sure that what we're doing is something the board likes to, and I guess I take this opportunity to say, does this work?
Yeah, speaking for myself, yeah. I mean, I like thinking about these issues, and you're kind of testing the waters and kind of a shot across the bow for the future. It's good to know, because these things are going to appear. It's not really a question of when or if, it's a question of when. And so that's helpful as I think in the future.
I appreciate you saying the top three, because I was kind of wondering, like, about not all these are gonna appear in the ask, and so then for you to say the first three will and everything else is, as Commissioner King said, you know, hey, this is coming. So, liaison switcher, I know that you're gonna get them.
Yeah, my question for you is, because you were talking about that you have a unit out there that can be made a 24-hour unit. What's the minimum that it would cost for you guys to put that into play? Because, you know, of course, eventually you'll look at this dollar amount, but to do these other options, what's the dollar amount?
There isn't. We can, for us, we can take our existing staffing. And in other words, we could take potentially a unit that I have, or Jason has at station 21, and slide it to station 19. I could take a unit at 10 and 12 and move it and cover a larger area and have a better placement for those resources to cover that don't cost any more than what we're already paying. Right?
So they're all already.
It's resources, or they're either 24 or 12-hour resources that we already have that we can strategically move.
Okay.
And provide the coverage that we want to cover in Monmouth, Paris, and Briar without adding additional resources, but we have the benefit of moving a resource there now because we've got constrained with the contract. So there's no, what we're talking about doesn't have any dollars and cents associated with Jason. Jason has the current staffing he has. It's already baked in the budget based on personnel once it's approved, and he just gets to utilize those and move them where operations and where the data says they should go. And then we'll be able to look at, did it meet what we expected it to meet? Are we providing the service that we hold ourselves to provide? If not, we'll come back and have a conversation with you. If we are, we'll tell you we're doing really good stuff and we don't need additional resources at this time.
Well, I'm glad so many people asked the question, so I don't have to ask. Number one is we have discussion about transport units so often, so from the beginning. Supposedly, because we got reimbursement, share the revenue with the city, right? I know that because I personally, my transport need, I would charge. And my insurance company, they pay for it, and for the same thing. So I don't, haven't done a study or not. Is that really, the transport unit is really cost neutral, so to speak? And because of GMT and all that stuff, right? Is that, have we ever done another study and what?
So I will tell you, based on our business practice,
Right.
it's not.
Because-
GMT helps.
Yeah.
GMT dollars help, but based on our business practice, we don't balance bill, we don't go to collections.
Right,
And as a result of the levy write-off, I will tell you, not what we have for our transport fleet, we couldn't cover that with our transport revenue. With the revenue received, we could cover parts of it, but not all of it. Have we done an analysis on it? No, but I don't think it would be very hard to know. That it's what, 6.6 million in transport revenue and about 10 million in GMT, which is $16 million. And Jason, how many transport resources do we have in the street? 18 times 2 people for each one of those transport units, and by the time you add that up, you're probably at 40,000. Well, I don't know, 30 million.
well, but in general though, I mean, still a lot of, my insurance, my brother shouldn't pay for it. So that should be really covered, so those records could easily.
It does offset the cost, Mr. Chen.
Yeah, so
Absolutely.
I would like to see, you know, what is really like, because we always talk about like Everett, they have private transport, right?
I hear what you're saying.
Seattle transport, so we may want to think about more deeper than that, I mean, that's right now.
I think I understand what you're asking.
Yeah, so, but then also, we have 5 units of peak activity units, right? And all of those are transport. Okay, so that is our opportunity in there to do that, yeah. That's great, now you're gonna get back to me, that'd be great. And I don't want to point, but what is it now? I mean, 4 point, what's the number if you won for 4 shift for one position?
3.582. 4.582.
4.582, okay, thank you.
Sorry, I just thought of something which we haven't mentioned, but that is something new this year. And maybe you've mentioned it and I just haven't paid attention. But with Malik Terrace coming on board, we used to remit transport dollars to the city of Malik Terrace as part of our contract. We didn't do that for the city of Blair because that wasn't part of that contract. So those are going to be fresh revenue dollars to us. What do you anticipate that's going to be worth in terms of positive revenue to us in 2024?
So it's net of, they used to pay their own snow 911 charge, so the net impact is a little over $200,000.
Positive. Okay, so we have those charges.
Yeah.
Then that's 200.
And so, Commissioner Kennedy, they stopped getting transport revenue remitted to them August 1st. That was an easy one.
There's a little bit of money.
I thought you were gonna throw a curveball.
If we find a little 200 here, 200 there, pretty soon we'll pay for all those revenues.
I'm curious, when's the next academy meeting?
The
next academy date, maybe the 24-1 class, would
Yes.
not be until late February,
And then that goes on for how many weeks?
12 to 14 weeks depending.
So roughly 3 months. So say it begins March 1st, so it goes on for 3 months. So that would be March, April, May. It's made in the street in June 1st-ish, right?
Yes.
They'll go into an EMS academy and stuff afterwards, so.
Yeah, so then have a couple weeks.
There's follow-on stuff afterwards.
Probably July.
Okay. 'Cause I'm just thinking about the body count and how long it takes to train them up for those 9 FTEs, and so that it takes time. And so if we do the first 6 months of the year, playing the game of risk, moving pieces around, seeing what goes on, and then evaluate that, okay, well, this didn't quite pan out as we wanted it to, and we're halfway into 2024, and let's just go with the conservative estimate of December of 24 when they green light the light rail and decide that, hey, we need more personnel. I'll come back to the board and say, hey, now we're gonna be 1.3 for this year, or what have you, simple round numbers. just trying to figure out what all of that looks like, knowing these components, that it takes time to train them up, because so we missed that first window of 24-1, so when is 24-2?
That would be, oh, we just started the 23-35. It's,
Okay, right, no, I'm just trying to think big picture, these are things that are.
So to
Timeline of events.
so to follow along what you're saying, we know what our strength is today. We know there's 10 in the academy right now, and I think they're all doing exceptionally well. And I would be quite shocked if we had one washout. That's my opinion. Chief Isabel is out there, watching. And as we go through this, we'll look at what our current employee count is. We'll have a good idea of what the numbers look like. And if we need to be in the fall academy with staffing to do that, you hear about it long before then to have those conversations to meet those needs, right? Because we work things back from when people can be ready to go and work it back. And unfortunately, those are pretty set and those are where they are. And I think, we've got some flexibility where our current staffing is, to where I think we're in a good place. To have the conversation we just had and maybe not be in a bind to, let's say we decide we're gonna up staff. We're gonna increase minimum staffing to accommodate what we just talked about. We may be in a position to where we can actually accommodate that starting January 1. And then have the academy for that first academy going forward, augment us in projections for what retirements and all stuff happening. So that's always on Jason's radar, always. It's on Sean's radar, to balance that and I think even with everything we talked about and the time constraints, I think we've thought that all the way through, and I think the conversation we just had, that has been taken into account in this conversation, at least with that. Does that help you?
Yes, I just didn't want to find us in a bind.
Nope, I get,
Yeah,
yeah,
proper term there, so.
and I think we've looked through all that, I think we're comfortable. Obviously, things can change and all those other pieces, but where we currently sit, I think we're comfortable even with the concern that you just brought up, because we talked about it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so number 5 and number 6 are both connected to the data program. So I'll announce them together. This will be Chief Easton again, and then we'll get to a break for a minute. The first one is data connection mapping for CAD and ESO. This is a $53,000 annual item that is ongoing. The second, or number 6, is Power BI additional licensing. This is $40,000 a year, also ongoing.
So I'll start with the Power BI because it's simpler. Is you, the board, have access to our operations dashboard. You have licensing to do it, to be able to do that. The decision packages to give this access for everybody in the organization as we build out and use Power BI as our tool to take our data, not just from an operation perspective, but I know, finance, logistics, operations, HR, there's multiple data sources that we have, fleet facility, that for us to use Power BI as that platform, we need to have licenses for everybody to be able to do that, be compliant with licenses. My understanding is this is the cost for us to continue to roll out and provide the licensing needed for Power BI for more than just a select 12 of us that have access to it now, access in the future. And so this is something that I think based on the current constraints, we're probably not moving. We're not moving with it right now, but it's something that I think as we use data, as we get access to data sources like Springbrook, gov.gov from HR, as we move to first due and the other components of first due, there's things we can do for that makes stuff that that staff needs to be looking at, or the board needs to be looking at, or the senior staff needs to be looking at, that we can make it one-stop shop, Power BI being that platform, to get multiple tabs, multiple visions, But in order for the rank and file and some of the other staff that don't have that licensure, this is the cost associated with that. And so it's something that we'll continue to, we'll bring it back at a time in the future. But based on where we are, that's the explanation for it, Chris Roll.
How many licenses, how many people are we talking?
So I don't know.
Okay.
I know she worked with Chris G, so Jennifer worked with Chris G to figure out what the cost would be. So everybody in the organization would have access to the Power BI dashboards. I don't know how that works, right? I don't know if it's each individual 365 account or if it's based on the desktop, because there's multiple different ways to do that, and I'm not into that. So
I am in my day job, so
Yeah, so
that's why I was asking, because this number seems odd, because, and I guess I will talk with them or have them, present, the numbers and justification, because just for a standard user for Power BI Pro, it's $10 per month, that's 120, which, when you put it in here, there's a significant number of licenses. And I don't think everyone in the organization is going to be creating Power BI dashboards, and that's what you need the account for. Once they're published, everyone who needs to consume the data will have access to them with their standard accounts, which we already have. So definitely would like to get some more information on that. I don't believe this number though, just given my experience in the industry. I think we might be over licensing here. So.
And I don't know the details of it. That's the basis behind it. And quite frankly, I'm the one that asked her to bring it forward.
It's all
But once again, it's one of those things as we go and data we use it more in a very user-friendly model. We need to make sure we're compliant with licensing, we're supposed to do it. That's the intent of that.
Agreed.
The second piece of that is direct connects to New World and ESO. What we're talking about in this instance is having real-time connections to data sources that don't reside here in the RFA. So right now for CAD, for example, the work that Jennifer does for the response model and for the dashboard that you guys look at, it's not connected to CAD directly. What ends up happening is we get monthly CAD dumps to a box account. Jennifer then takes that CAD data and puts it into the data table that she has that Power BI looks at. And then it's refreshed, and then you guys have the most current to that month data. What we're trying to get to is that we have actual real live connection to CAD data real time. And usually there's costs associated with what that looks like. You pay a vendor to do that. And I don't know exactly what those costs are. The same thing with ESO. ESO is our EMS reporting product and our fire reporting product. And I know they are now offering us to have direct connections to our data, realizing they house it in their area or offsite. We don't control it, or we don't house the data. They house the data because we provide software service from them. And there is a fee associated with having that connection to have data real time. And so as we become more dependent on data, what this allows us to do is there's a lot of work in the backside to update tables, make things happen that Jennifer does, that if we have connection to the data and do that once, all that work's done. And you just refresh and you have the most current data place. So we're going down that path eventually to have connections to our data sources, whether they're on site or they are or they're housed outside. Now, some of this is the data dumps to us and we keep it locally, but we still have to have the connection. So that's what that is, and that's the intent of that. And we're able to do what we need to do today without it. And so it'll be something that we will continue to look at and get more detailed information about what that looks like specifically with CAD and ESO, and bring things forward when we actually put in the budget.
With the ESO, is there an opportunity for it to be hosted within the RFA?
Not now. Right, we could, no.
The data, for the data to be.
We can have the data come here, but you still need to pay for that connection. Right?
I don't know, because of my
Yeah.
current contract, they're working on, a third-party vendor does a lot of it, and then they structure the contract, so actually it's hosted on the inside of the firewall.
So right now, for us, no, not that I'm aware of.
Is that an offering that ESO has?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Because I don't think it would take much to spin up an offering to do a blog story within the RFA firewall.
Yeah, it's the connection back to the live database that's the challenge, right?
No, see, you're still thinking that they're hosting. I'm saying that the data gets hosted within the RFA firewall, so not outside, but inside.
So I guess that's way outside I will tell you, for everything I know of ESO, that's not an option.
Okay.
Right? ESO hosts it, and the way we work and the way it drives back and forth and the way we can transfer reports from one crew to another crew and all that. I don't think ESO offers that to my knowledge, but we got that.
Thank you.
Other software programs we've had hosted here before have done that. I don't think ESO's ever given us that option. So that's what those are. It's for us to be able to be more efficient with our data, make things easier, connect at one time. And this will expand, right? We're talking about to CAD and ESO, which is very operational centric. And as you go, Springbrook.gov, there's all sorts of other platforms we use. As we go, you'll see those added over time. And this isn't a next year thing or the year after, this will be over time. But that's the intent of both of these. And like I said, most likely not be in the chief proposed budget to you next week. Thanks.
Anyone else? All right, thank you. This is want to be the only one.
Number 7 is records support employee ad. This is a $103,000 item and it is ongoing. It's Amy.
Hi, so the title is a little bit off from what I'm actually asking for. Yes, records does need support. I'm currently the only FTE in records. So we don't have any sort of cross training or backup as it sits right now. Nobody else is trained to step in and take over if I needed them to. So that's something that I would like to address. In addition to record support, I am proposing that this position also goes into other departments to support not only during peak volume activity, but also if we have somebody go out on leave unexpectedly, or if staff wants to take a vacation. Personally, I haven't taken a vacation longer than 3 days since 2019. So it's something that I think would help benefit morale. It's something that would support cross-training. And amongst all of the projects that we want to accomplish in the next year, part of that is desk descriptions, which is different from job descriptions. A desk description actually breaks down what tasks are performed in each position, so that when you're looking at consolidating and trying to be more efficient, you can compare and move things across the board to try and make things more streamlined and alleviate some workload discrepancies. This position, in my opinion, is necessary. As of today, we have received 552 requests, which is 6 less than last year. And it's only September 22nd. So we are on track to finish the year with over 700 requests. I did a comparison between some of the agencies that we track with as far as requests received. And we are the only agency who only has 1 person working on public records requests. And the ratio is way off. The average ratio is usually around 250 to 275 requests per FTE. So I've been managing over 500 requests for the last 3 years. And I think that getting over 700 is getting to the point that it's reducing my capacity to continue, addressing records management. The SharePoint project has been held back because I just don't have the time to do all of the things that I want to do. And we've invested in SharePoint. We invested in it in 2021, and it's still in progress. I would like to get past that finish line and have it functional and available for everybody to use. So, that is about it. So if anybody has any questions, happy to answer.
Beyond staffing, do you have all the tools necessary to do the public records requests in the most efficient way?
Yes, yeah.
Liaison Swisher.
Well, I of course have a lot to say about her need for bond. Since along with doing finance in my job, I too get to be the records officer in my entity. And I happen to be asking my council this year for a records person, because as our state continues to make transparency be more of a burden for public agencies, because we have a lot of people out there in the communities who their purpose is not to make an entity transparent. It is to trip you up so that they can sue you. We're all getting more requests. They are requests that, I'll be honest, some of them are absolutely ridiculous. And it's just people who are on a witch hunt. Her need, you know, the 275 per FTE. She's been doing a good job handling the 500 plus by herself. But being in that position, I can tell you that there are times that mistakes could be made that could come back to bite you. When you're trying to juggle that many, because you have the dates that you have to meet, you know, not only the 5-day, but you tell people, well, I'll be able to give you your first installment by X day. But when you've got all of these other ones that you're trying to do, you may not be able to meet those dates. While the record stuff may be kind of invisible to most of you, I can speak from experience that this is one of the areas that could be a big liability. If you don't have enough people there trying to handle it. So I would say that you should give a lot of consideration, and I would even say you shouldn't put her off. She shouldn't be not in the budget. Her request should be met.
Liaison Hoffman and Commissioner Theobald.
Yeah, I'm just gonna echo that. We get requests in, you have 5 days for your initial response, and you have to set another date for responses. And the big scary story, at least with our city attorney into this for training, is a particular municipality got sued for millions, and the judge came back and slapped them with a fine on top of it because somebody put in the wrong search word and didn't search enough through the drives for a particular thing. It's a real thing. It's a big liability for the Snohomish artists.
Thank you. Mr. Theobald.
Yeah, I'm definitely supportive of it, and we'll say that 300%, it's the number 4. We did top 3 are for sure meetings, so it's not the community.
I think this morning I was mentioned about, evolution of the public records really, what started with first our Melissa and her predecessor was handling this and all of that. And also, actually, it's good that we have to attack it in 2 prongs. I think last year they have a, Commissioner, can you remember, was it, they revised the public record thing? Request in the legislation to be more specific. People cannot just I know at one request, like, I want every single record since the state started, which has become ridiculous, right?
They can
And
ask for
more
that.
focusing. So one thing we want to know the nature of the, anything we can help you to legislation to really focus lobbying for a more narrowing of the request. That's, to me, that's more critical. It's not just us, everybody. So I want to know a little bit more, what are the most requests because they're called. I know it's just the 911, I know 911 can refer to some of them. And so it's something I want to know a little bit more.
911 is law enforcement.
No, but they request a call. There are a lot of times the people asking for a call.
Call back.
No, whatever happened to the call. Oh, yeah,
Okay, your fire reports or EMS report, or
yeah.
I know where you're going, is what percentage of the records requests that Amy deals with are EMS call records
This is
requests,
mainly
or fire records requests versus record requests that are, that you need. to
Yeah,
search engine,
sorry,
look
I
for.
was just
There's
thinking
a
of
difference
documents.
between the two, and is that where you were going, Commissioner Cannon?
Yeah, I'm going for it. I think
How many are the real complicated ones versus the
a
ones
simple one.
that Amy does with
Can you?
EPCR and fire?
Right.
Well, up until probably late last year, I'd say 50% of my requests were related to EMS.
Right.
Easily, and I'd say probably 30 to 35% were fire incidents, and investigations. And then, the rest were just kind of miscellaneous emails, other documents related to finance. And then towards the end of last year, the complexity in these requests just out of nowhere skyrocketed. Public records is often the punching bag for the organization. And not just like in the way of people being abusive, but everything we do directly affects what happens in my position as well.
Right.
So if we are in the news, that's going to affect what I receive the next day. And oftentimes, you know, people don't think about records at all. But when they do, it's because somebody's left and there's a huge hole. And I don't just do public records and records management. I also handle 53 left one retirees. And that is another half-time position, in my opinion, based on the past almost 12 months of handling those claims. So it's just getting to be a lot.
I mean, it will be help me, at least to make a decision. If you get kind of projecting how many cases, how much time you spend on each cases, and therefore so
Well,
much.
And
I mean, it's not just you, I just, in general, this
Yeah.
morning, I tagged each job, we should have that.
Yeah,
But, let me finishing my thoughts in here. What is grade 30?
I'm sorry.
In your memo, you said align with pay grade 30. I don't understand that.
Yeah, that, so each position aligns with a pay grade. And the, admin support specialist role is at a 25. I would propose that this position is at a 30, because this position is going to be responsible for not only getting to understand every single support role in the RFA, they're going to need to retain all of that information and also help make some of these analysis for the desk description project.
So what is that compensation line? What is that?
There's salary bands and your
Salary
salary schedule, so she's talking about where it sits in the salary.
Yeah, that's, I don't know. I'm not familiar with the grades. Approximately,
Do we know what other positions are at
So-
30?
I think there's one HR position that is a 30. But the starting salary in 2024 would be 71,000. The rest of that cost is for benefits.
so you could have been over 100, come to your 103,000. That's what you request.
Yeah,
And what's a 25?
25
Do you have that off the top of your
I
head?
think
No.
it's 68.
Okay, so the
Yeah, so. it's
68 to
different.
71, you said? So it's
Yeah.
3,000 difference in five
So what,
pay grades?
Yeah.
But does that affect the scaling I don't understand, I wish we had HR, but yeah.
Yeah, so like if you're, let's say, Great Fort in this case, there'll be bands in that range that you would, if you came in at base level, this is standard for the civil service, right? If you came in at the base level, you'd start at the bottom of the range, then there'll be a top end of that range. So let's say you get your 6-month review, they come in and give you a certain.
I'm just trying to understand how the overlap, we've given it before in a certain meeting, so, I guess my question would be, because I'm sorry to take over. No. Just, this would kind of be an admin support specialist position normally, you're saying, at level 25, but because they're going to have to grow and learn all these things, you're suggesting it'd be a 30. As part of kind of the way we can have discussions about this later, about the kind of I think we have a 5-year inside of band, inside of a position with step increases, and then that's it. The whole purpose of that 5-year band is so that you're getting compensated more each year because you're taking on more, you're learning more of the organization, you're actually, progressing in your role. And the assumption is that I think after 5 years, you know everything there is to know about the role and can do it. So your value has gotten to where the total value of what that role is supposed to be. Starting someone off at a 30 because they're going to have to learn a lot of things, I think I'd have to see the bands to understand that.
It's not just learn a lot of things, it's increased responsibility as well.
Understood.
Because we don't want someone to step into this role and make mistakes. I don't want any mistakes. This person won't be handling the complex public records requests, that will remain with me. And I would be overseeing everything this person does. However, this position is going to require a lot. It's not going to be your basic come in and type things up and then go home at the end of the day. It's going to require a lot of mental capacity to keep a lot of things in mind at the same time.
So are you hiring someone already have your training or public record?
I would want someone who is at least familiar with processing public records. But mostly I'd say someone who has a mind towards, general admin support as well as compliance. That's another thing that we're trying to focus more on is, keeping track of all of the things that we have to comply with and keeping an eye and checking on reports and making sure that we are where we need to be on any given day.
Well, I mean, nobody want to hire someone who can make mistakes,
Right.
but that's not realistic, right? I mean, yeah, you have a high level there. So
What I'm saying is I don't see this as an entry level position. I think it would be just the one pay grade above. It's, just because it's 25 and 30 doesn't mean that there's 5 salary steps in between.
That's why I wish I had our
It
charts.
goes 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50.
you do is summary up, you want someone to have experience,
Yeah, I am asking for more
in the public
experience
record-
than entry.
public record type of thing.
Yes,
So just so everybody knows, the HR was consulted, so the price range or the band. 130 was where HR division slotted what she's asking for.
Got it.
So you guys.
I wish we had those in front of me.
No,
I was misremembering
so this wasn't Amy going and saying, I want this person to make this much money. She knows what she's looking for a person. It was vetted through HR. HR said what you're asking for should be slotted in this pay range. And so that's what's in the agenda bill. And why they ended up in that pay range, I don't think it's a question for Amy to answer. I think it's a question for David and his team to answer as we move forward with the topic of conversation. If that helps the board.
Thank you.
With where they slotted for pay, HR filled their function and did that. And
Right, I assume HR will know what the market raise on.
Yeah. I'm sure, Commissioner Chan, that they did their homework to determine where this person should be within our current pay schedules. And once again, I can't speak for David and the team, but I do know, I don't know exactly why they got there, and I don't think Amy knows why they got there, but they slotted it there, if we want more conversation on that specific topic, we can ask that conversation with David.
Some of it's all coming back to me now, so thank you.
Do you happen to know your JLARC numbers off the top of your head?
For 2023.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you share those?
So we had 558 public records requests in 2022. Like I shared earlier, as of today, we're only 6 away from meeting that number.
Do you know your hours?
My hours
How
are
many hours
Oh,
to
it's-
put into
average,
those?
per request is 2.45 hours. And that's probably on the lighter side, an estimate there. If I was to take the time and track every single minute I was spending on every single request, I would end up spending probably 30% more time handling public records requests. But yeah, I think that would be safe to say it's around 2.45.
I think you have software, right? Do that, right? The public request, you have a software.
We have a public records tracking software, yes. It doesn't have timekeeping capabilities.
And it doesn't go through records for you. You have to do that yourself.
Right, no, I think those software are helping you to remind you the
It's,
5 days and all that stuff.
well, it's a fully functional system. There's still a lot left to be desired, as there would be in any software. But yeah, it does keep track of things and it makes reporting on metrics easier. But I do still spend quite a bit of time at the end of the year compiling all this data so that I can submit it to JLARC.
I forget when you started,
I'm sorry?
when did you start?
My hire date was 9/23/2019.
2019. So from the 19, 20, 21, 22, you have been handling all this.
4 years.
4 years. How's the number started when, up to now?
When 2019, we had 378 requests. And then in 2020, we had 423. And in 2021, 459. And then last year, 558. This year, if the rest of this year goes the way I think it will, it'll be around 700 requests. Which is,
growth between last year.
it's an 89% growth over the last 4 years.
Well, most of that growth has occurred over the last 2 years, it sounds like.
Last one.
Well, and I mean, we know where a lot of the very complicated public records came from. We've been dealing with it for a while, right? I mean, it's very specific, the things that have gone on over the last year that I'm hoping I'm hoping that doesn't actually continue, right? We have been doing something very wrong, and if some of that continues. Some of it, we're big. I mean, I'm not saying we're a target, but we're a large organization and to be honest with you, they are going to continue to go up. And it's not the 1-page EMS record or the 1-page, I mean, public records back in the day when we used to do it, because I was one called, hey, I need an EMS report, go and print the EMS report and give it out. Our organization has grown. And those are, for lack of a better term, outside of the reporting that she has to do, and I don't know her job, are very easy. What's happening is that as we grow, and as some of the other things that are happening, those records requests aren't the ones that are causing her pains, I don't believe. It's these huge, multifaceted, get legal involved, right? I mean, there are some public records that we've had that you're aware of that have been very, very, very complex. And require lots of things to happen, and it's not just, it's Amy working with legal and all the other pieces go along with it. So we are moving to a place of an organization of our size, that it's not Commissioner Chan, the stuff I used to do, which is pull a fire record for somebody or a hazmat, what's, the 30 years of hazmat. It's not those records.
Right, no,
That's
I,
making it hugely complex
I
for
understand.
Amy. Those are the easy ones that are very straightforward, in my opinion. And she may correct me if I'm wrong, but as we get to the more complex things that have been happening, we have, this last year is a hard year for the last, I don't know, 12 or 14 months.
but, lucky we're not city, because a lot of cities, a lot of people just like, citizens just don't like you guys, or barking dogs.
Keep in mind, I'm in the middle of my budget, I'm in the middle of 2 union negotiations right now, and I just had a person put in a huge request because she is on a witch hunt
Right,
for 2 people
right,
who don't even work for us now.
yes, that's what I'm saying, we're so lucky, but at the same time, I understand that when we started, people in the prison basically do public requests just to make money. And finally, we stopped that, so that's why another thing that if something that we can do as a commission, to lobbying, for that's critical, some abuses.
Unfortunately, I think any moves to limit the sunshine laws not gonna go over very well.
Well,
And I mean, I'm happy to forward some legislation that I hear about.
Yeah.
And I've emailed my congressperson myself, so certainly something that I'm paying attention to. But overall, I just try to do my job.
right,
And I just want to reiterate that this position is not just for me. It's for the entire RFA. This person's going to go to other divisions and support them and help evaluate where we can consolidate certain functions to make us all work better.
well, but we're here, I'm getting back to you, we are here to help you too. So if you know more, we can lobby for you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for all the hard work.
So I have one question. You've been touched on complex, what's complex problem that you can recall, you suggest creating a request, so I don't know what I don't know.
A complex public records request.
Yes, please.
So that's something that isn't just straightforward, oh, I know where that lives.
Right, can you walk me through a scenario of one that pops into your mind?
Any one of the.
Can I interrupt just for a moment? I apologize. I'm going to have to be leaving shortly. And the next item up, I have a few questions for that I need to get answered. Would it be all right if we tabled kind of discussion on the process or after that or something and come back to it?
I thought it was say like a minute briefly.
I literally have 5 minutes and I think it's going to take about that long to get through the introduction of the first piece or the next piece.
The health and safety.
Yes.
account?
I can email you.
Okay, thank you.
I apologize.
It's okay.
Thank you.
Number 8 is the health and safety captain at, this item is 208,500 per year. It is ongoing. And Chief Maxwell will be through that again.
Thank you. So, I mean, I think this follows a little bit of a pattern, even with Amy just needing to build the infrastructure of the organization to support what we have in the streets. I think when we think health and safety, we miss the word health and we go straight to safety. We think of protecting people inside of burning buildings. We think of orthopedic or traumatic injuries, or maybe even motor vehicle accidents. But what we're seeing is firefighters, they're part of society, and what we're seeing is the health is super important as well. More firefighters are dying of say, suicides than we are in burning buildings now. So the importance of keeping our firefighters physically and now mentally healthy, it really speaks to the biggest issue we've always been talking about, which is recruitment and retention. And so, how I think leaning into this, there's opportunities to probably reduce sick time. There's a mental health component of sick time. So I think there's some huge opportunities for savings there. There's an opportunity for keeping our workforce at work, so we're not struggling with staffing and mandatories. And when you have better, physical health, you perform better, but same thing with mental health. We're gonna perform better and do a better service to our public. So it's something we really need to look at leaning into. I think we're gonna have better performance on the streets. We're gonna have, I can see this even equating into cost savings. We looked at the average time for a severe, someone suffering from a lot of mental health challenges, and it was 45 shifts for one person. Well, those costs get significant when it comes to sick time, and there's opportunities here. We have an army of one again in this division as well. I looked at a comparable agency. Central Pierce has one assistant chief, 2 deputy chiefs, and a battalion chief in their safety division. And then Denver Fire, who's doing some incredible programs, they have 18 people in their safety division. But that's not even to speak of to all the WAC requirements, right? Accident and injury investigation, safety inspections of the stations, medical monitoring, our safety committees, apparatus inspections, PPE or protective equipment, supervising our peer support, our wellness fitness initiatives. We have to have asbestos training, workplace violence prevention. So that's not even to speak of the WAC requirements, which I introduced us to. In the respective time and Commissioner Rowland's urgency, I will stop there.
One of my questions is, it says that authorize the use of the captain on light duty to be an initial. This is the current kind of stopgap that we're doing to be able to.
Yeah, it was quite frankly, it was opportunistic.
Yes.
The guy that's doing it it falls in line with where we're looking at for safety and behavioral health challenges in the organization. And he happens to be engaged in that in a different way, so it's opportunistic. When you talk about getting some things rolling, at the end of the day, as a guy that was coming on light duty and had a passion, was struggling with certain things, and it was an ideal person because they can relate in multiple facets with where Sean and Chief Hudson have a vision where this organization goes. So I will say opportunistic as a result of who needed to be placed in light duty, and we had a place to put it based on where we're running.
So I will say that I think that the mental health side of this, as I've indicated in previous meetings, and as I will always kind of keep focus on, it is core and critical to the success of this organization. We have people that are exposed to massive traumatic experiences and having to deal with them. And those traumatic experiences aren't just what they see in the field, but what the field does to them. So I think that long-term, we do need to find a strategy that focuses on wellness, on health. I think that the current approach, and I'm still learning about it, but I just wanted to say, when you say it's an army of one, it's not an army. That's just one person that's being tasked with something. Whether or not, and I think right now, the tasks that are there, a lot of them, when I was hearing what they are, wouldn't in a normal organization be underneath an HR wing, whether it be, tracking and maintaining certifications, not necessarily doing the training. And again, I'm learning about this, so if I'm off, I would love to talk more about it. But a lot of it right now, they're kind of even sharing some of the responsibilities, some of the stuff that they're doing. HR is doing pieces of it. So it does seem like organizationally, maybe there's something not quite structured right if we've got a lot of this interplay where maybe some of the roles and responsibilities need to be in HR and some of the other stuff needs to be over here, or I don't know what the answer is, and I'll rely on you guys to kind of come up with a strategy. I would say that mental health is not something somebody that has been working around. I mean, they can relate to it, but having somebody in this position leading this effort on wellness who has training, who has a degree that is more in the track of psychology would be highly valuable to this organization. I'd like to see kind of long-term we move towards that. But that's why I said, there's different pieces here. Mental health, it gets handled differently when it comes to just all the different pieces of managing it, than say physical health, making sure everybody's, keeping their physical health up. Do they belong? I mean, we put them together in one heading called wellness, and then we put safety in here because safety can hurt you and then get you unwell. We're trying to shoehorn this stuff into kind of a little box when it's really distinct kind of things, and deserves to live somewhere in the organization where it can get the focus it needs, without asking somebody to be a master of multiple disciplines that don't, while interrelated, require different skill sets altogether. So for the captain ask, I definitely want to understand what the longer term is, because what I don't want us to do is start investing in an organizational structure where we're moving people into other positions, and then we reorganize later in those positions and now split into two different roles. And now what do we do with that person? I want to make sure that we have the long-term vision and are moving towards it with whatever ads we're doing, than just doing a short-term gap, because there's a lot of work to it.
I'm glad that you have the next 8 hours for me to respond.
You and I should talk.
Because that was awesome. Thank you for saying all that. You're right on track.
With that in mind, do you think that the captain ad right now needs to be done or not? I'm throwing you.
You know what, I'm not.
Prepared to answer.
Well, I'm not gonna.
I'll put you on the spot, so it's all right.
No, I'm not going to answer that because I'm being so respectful of the budget and. They're not mutually exclusive, but I do want to answer to what you just said. My master's degree is in psychology. My thesis was around performance and mental health. Not only the mental health, but the ability to perform in the streets related to the mental health of first responder. So I do have a very big long-term vision to where the entire fire service needs to go with this. And you're doing quite well on touching on a lot of that. So thank you for that. But I came to this board 10 years ago with the community paramedic work, and now you see society begging for it. It is a crisis of the fire service needing to pivot. This is going to be just as big or bigger to the ability for us to sustain services, good services, as we go into the future. So, I mean, if we had the money, yes, fund it because I have the vision for it. I'm very cognizant of the budget challenges.
And I think that's where it is on the list was, we didn't have this conversation with chief and stuff in a silo. The reality is we do need to do something with people and people resources with regard to health, safety. Well, I mean, whatever title you want over the top, we do need it. I will say, is it a captain? I think Sean will tell you there's multiple aspects of this and where it should land. He does have a vision. He does know where it needs to go. He does have the background to get there. And right now, where it is on the list is it will come back to you because there is a need. And I think you'll see this expand appropriately so. And what those look like, I think Sean really did smile when we were talking, because I think, is it a uniform? Is it not a uniform? I mean, we have some people that the board have already supported last year's budget from a behavioral health aspect, but maybe it's not somebody that we call that lives in King County. It may be somebody that actually has an office in this building doing things real time for our people where we go forward, right? So I think there's a lot to come. Right.
Yeah, I have some interesting ideas as well. I'd love to meet with you and kind of discuss it. My thought on this particular ask is maybe this isn't a captain yet position, but I definitely understand that the deputy chief that is in charge of this needs help has a lot of things that he's doing that probably should have been on the HR side, and he shouldn't have to do that grunt work, but he's doing half of it in HR as the other half, because again, we're understaffed on a lot of sides on the staff side. So maybe this would be better as another HR head to help with all HR things and then take the offload. I don't know. I just wanted to throw that out there as an idea, having had conversations outside of the meeting and also just listening to what I've heard. This one just seems like we do need to look at the bigger long-term vision, but also address the current need. But I don't want to do it in a way that takes somebody who is a career firefighter, either moves them into it or captain elsewhere, moves them into a position that again, may not exist in a year or two if we start going that direction. I just want to be very deliberate about that.
I appreciate that so much. Their values in the peer aspects have been proven very powerful, so that there's powerful strength in that peer support of having been there. And I know you told me you understand that. But also on the safety side, you know, if we have a car accident or an accident on the drill field, we take the report, we report it, we meet the WAC, but we have no bandwidth to study the pattern and make it better for next time, right? We're box checking.
Yep.
We're box checking. We're not
Just treading water at this point.
we're not getting better. We're not like, oh, there's a pattern of 10. Let's not do that on the drill ground anymore. We can't do that right now. And the cost savings to keep people not on LNI, not on sick time, and to have a long career and not lose someone we put in hundreds of thousands, if not $1 million of training after 15 years and then lose them early. Because there's massive hidden costs here.
Yep.
So thank you. I know you agree.
And then I apologize for my limited availability today for everything. I do want to thank everybody for their understanding in that, and I do have to step out now. I will get caught up outside on the additional asks so I can be informed when it comes to
Thank you.
the board. Thank you, guys.
Anyone else? Yeah, Chief Maxwell, I'm not convinced of that position. I'm not sure that there's been unprecedented growth at South County Fire in the last few years. Mill Creek is really the only addition that we've had. Bringing on Melitaris and Briar don't change the personnel that we have. This position, I mean, you talk about it as if it's on an island, but it's not. There's the EMS training division, and there's also the regular training division. And I counted, excluding the assistant chiefs at the division, I counted 10 personnel combined between those two. So the reality is those positions are available to assist regarding this. So I don't know that it's that saying, well, this one person has to do all of these things is a fair comparison to say that they're on an island and have no assistance. I think there is opportunities for assistance there. I also think that if I recall correctly, Chief Hudson, when he came and spoke to us, he said he's the 4th chief in that division in 4 years. And so we might need a little stability there before deciding that we need to upstaff the whole thing. You know, I think there are, I mean, why is he the 4th chief there in 4 years? Is the services that we're providing there not worthy? Want the right people in those positions, were the people not the right people there, retirements, etc. But I would hope you would agree with me that 4 chiefs in 4 years is not a lot of stability in that position. We may want to allow a little stability to exist before deciding, oh, we've got to upstaff. Because, of course, when I hear this, I'm also thinking about the whole day. And each department coming and saying, you know, we need this and we need that. And as Chief Eastman mentioned, Mr. Boswell mentioned, there's actually a total of 28 decision packages and only 11 are being shared with the board. So I work in the government sector and I'm familiar with departments. Everybody's overworked. Everybody wants more. Everybody can't do enough. And we like to go to the decision, the policymakers and say, we gotta have more. the mayor with that dynamic. Not everybody can have more. And to have more means tax dollars. And if we're willing to raise the tax dollars, tax people more, we can have more. But one thing I do find is that in some cases, more begets more. So I have open, and I have had open in front of me the whole day, what you got on your decision packages last November. So, you know, the decision requests continue on, the needs continue on in one degree or another. But I appreciate the fact that, you know, we're listening to these, and that's why I like to have the workshop, to be able to hear those and talk about it a little bit, express agreement or disagreement and what have you, and then we can deal with it more as we get further into the fall. But I, you know, I do see some similarities amongst these requests, and as you know, not everything will get funded, so, but I do appreciate the learning about these and the needs, because I'm not saying the need's not there, I'm just wondering about something.
I appreciate that, and I truly hear you, and that's why when I was put on the spot, do we fund it? I'm like, well, I'm also cognizant of the budget situation, like I did express that, and then just the other challenge of, you know, we only having one person doing EMS training, we only have one person doing EMS quality for 40,000 calls. And what I see is, like I said, it does all cost more money, and it comes from the tax. I'm a taxpayer too, and I guess I can just only bring what I see, and then if you say yes or no, that's your prerogative, and we'll live with it. The pattern I'm seeing is we have people working really, really hard. Probably, you know, when I say we have one person trying to keep 350 to 400 people trained, I just see it just seems like it's a lot, and just from prior years, you're saying, you know, don't come and just keep coming and asking for stuff. I was like, well, I want to, the need should be great, is what I've learned from you in the past before we bring it to you. So I've done my best to do that. Thank you.
Chief, I guess what we're skirting around is the old phrase is do more with less, right? And really you're pitching and giving us some ideas about what the need is. I guess I have a question about force multipliers, distribution of responsibilities, cascading over to the MSOs. Has there been a way to distribute the load in any capacity within your organization?
It's kind of the old Rob Peter, hey Paul, I keep trying to move the work around. Sure. I shifted the days, I shifted to the shift them. I just keep trying to shift the same pieces.
It might be beneficial to the board if we heard your strategies to date. In other words, how you taxed the MSOs when they're not responding, or you're using that as a force multiplier. Essentially, what I'm getting at is that if we understood that you exhausted every avenue and that you're basically coming to a very short road with obviously a need that's not going to be resolved anytime soon and only expand, that might give the board a better perspective and being able to agree with the addition, because obviously we've got to do something. And if we just keep putting it off and keep putting it off, the need doesn't go away. And as you say, mental health within our organization and all these other things with PFAS, industry items that are popping up, we definitely have to get behind this with enough force to stay ahead of it, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. Sorry. Absolutely. Yes, thank you.
Anyone else? All right. With that, we are on item 9, and it is 2:30, so let's take a 10-minute break. We're on
we're on item number 9, treasury and reimbursement specialist employee ad.
Okay, so this item is mine. It has a cost of an ongoing annual cost of $115,000. There's actually 2 half-time positions in this, and I put them together because they have a similar skill set. So one of these is sort of a reallocation of some budget that already exists, and the other one would be some new functions, and there's funding associated with that as well. So the reimbursement specialist piece of this would take some of the burden off some of our staff, like Shauna Reed and Captain Picknell, who are preparing reimbursements. We're tracking our grant agreements and then submitting reimbursement requests and managing kind of the administrative functions associated with that. Last year, Shauna Reed was successful in getting some funding for some assistance with that, and she has approved me putting in this request to reallocate that to an employee that would provide those services and some more reporting and other things that would complement that body of work. The other piece of this is a treasury specialist. And so we've got anywhere between $60 and $75 million that we're managing all the time. And we've got a lot of money flowing through this organization. Active treasury management could result in us taking money, not leaving it in the bank account where it's earning almost nothing, but moving it to investments like the LGIP and an investment portfolio and earning money on that. And so we estimate at current rates, we're currently in the LGIP for a lot of this stuff, and the rates are pretty exceptional right now. They're around 5%. If we were to free up or move $3 million out of our bank account on a continuous basis with this active treasury management, at those rates, this position could generate $150,000 annually. The rates are obviously way higher than what we would normally expect. At a 2% rate, it would generate about $60,000 in additional investment income. And I think there's probably more opportunity there because active treasury management, we've got $100 million flowing through this place every year, would probably result in us having more than $3 million difference between what we currently are doing with a more passive treasury strategy. And so that piece of it would pay for itself, and then we would reallocate the $60,000 that Shauna Reed for support for those other functions. So this one actually would be budget neutral, just for transparency. The full cost of this item in there at $117,500. That's it. So sort of a reallocation and just an opportunity more so than probably a need.
So this is that new short-term investment strategy we moved to since the rates are so good.
So that's a great question. So the short-term strategy that we have right now is, so when we put our the comprehensive financial management policies in front of the board, what we got was the opportunity to manage our own investment portfolio with treasuries and agencies. So that's new to us, and we haven't implemented that because short-term rates are higher than long-term rates. So when we get into a normal investment environment, that's something that we're going to go ahead and start managing on our own, and we'll be able to earn additional investment income on that above what we do in the LGIP. We would probably, under normal circumstances, we'd probably get double the rate of return by managing the portfolio that way compared to the LGIP. Currently, it's just a little bit less. It's the juice isn't worth the squeeze to set that up right now. That will fix itself. What this is we have a lot of money flowing through this place for payroll and AP. We have a lot of money coming in. So what we do is we kind of evaluate that on a periodic basis to make sure we have enough money to pay our bills in that account, and then kind of transfer money in and out as it makes sense in anticipation of our future needs. We don't have the resources to do that on an active, like daily basis. If we did, we'd probably be moving a lot more money out of the bank account rather than holding the money in the bank account, which earns little to no interest or investment earns. We would move that money back out to something where we could earn more money in it. So the LGIP, one of the other things that we've talked about is that banks will offer us a lot of really innovative products. And so we would go out and shop the market for those, probably change our banking relationship to some Bank of America's sort of unfriendly in this environment. They don't offer us a lot of products. So shop around and find another provider that would be able to provide us more innovative opportunities to earn investment income and help with the active treasury management. I hope that wasn't too much.
Could we save money too by not having somebody managing stuff for us, since you said that we're going to be managing our own internally? Is that a key or cost savings in any way?
Probably not. The LGIP has billions and billions of dollars, and they manage a portfolio for all public agencies. But it's a short-term rate because you can get your money out the next day. So, and because they have so much money in there, the overhead rate that they charge out to participants is really, really small. But to be honest, we wouldn't notice it would be so small.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Well, the 60,000 that this would anticipate reallocating from the grant writing. That was funded in the budget, voted on the budget last November for this 2023 year. What's currently happening with $60,000 for the grant writing?
Well,
this year in 2023.
So I'm fairly certain that so the idea was that we would use that Shauna Reed would engage with somebody who would help with the administration of those grants and maybe some help with some grant writing assistance. I don't believe that they have anybody that's actively working that right now. So I don't think that it's moved that we're actually moving. So I believe that's just sitting as kind of a used portion of the budget right this second. I know she wants to do it. I don't know how much progress she's made, but I don't recall seeing any bills to that.
So there's like nobody that has to be let go.
Correct.
That's what you're proposing.
Correct.
This is 60,000.
Right, and that's part of the reason for the request is that I'm asking for an employee versus before we're talking about professional services with some provider who would provide that, not.
And do you know why 60,000 is not engaged for grant writing purposes this year?
I don't.
It's my understanding that was a request from, Fitzgerald, perhaps.
So it's a carryover for that, and I think Chief Bova is in discussion, and I don't recall all the discussion at the last budget meeting about having at least the ability to go hire somebody to get some of the grants that we're not used to. The challenge, the difference between the grants like what Sean and Shawnee and the rest of the team have got, the 1.5 million that we've already got from North South Healthcare Alliance and Verdant, those, quite frankly, we wouldn't have been, in my opinion, we wouldn't have been successful hiring a grant writer to do that. Sean, Joe, it's relationship and it's relationship. They know each other. Shawnee knows North Carolina, Sean, and we got those grants because one, we built a relationship with those two entities. It's a long-standing relationship with those two entities, and they know what we're doing. And because of that, we received the funding that, quite frankly, I don't think we would have gotten if we had a contract grant writer write it in that context. So I don't think we found a grant out there to pursue because these came up and they flashed found one, and quite frankly, we're 3 for 3. So I know James has looked for grants and looked for some things to purchase and potentially reach out to grant writer. I think they did reach out to one person and they weren't interested in working with us. And I just think we just didn't find a grant that we wanted to pursue at this time that would.
That's exactly what we're working on.
So, and well, I guess I would say there are people looking to use it. We just haven't found the project or the grant to actually engage to do that yet, if that answers your question. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate the characterization that you are providing to it. Another characterization was, I recall, we gotta have it in the budget last year. The board approved it. But I guess you didn't really have to have it because we're 3/4 of the way through the year and you haven't used it. So I mean, that's another way of characterizing.
It's fair.
Which begs the question. Of course, I'm into slippery slopes. Nature of my work. Well, where else does that same dynamic apply to? So it's just that type of a thing when I see, and of course, this is the first I'm hearing of it. So it's like, well, okay, so I know we approved that and we didn't actually need it. Maybe is one way to characterize. So I just to point that out, because it actually highlights something I just said a few minutes ago. And I didn't anticipate this was coming in this fashion. But that could be an interesting opportunity to combine the two together. So, that's a creative aspect to it, looking forward. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah,
Well, you can.
or you should not show me the page 10. Page 9, the beginning. Show me a $31 million deficit in 2029. So a couple of things let me understand a couple of things. Number one, you're hiring two separate people, part-time or just one person?
One person.
So one person has the quality of able to reimbursement for the grant. Is that what you're talking about? Okay. Can you list all the grants we have, right? And basically, I did this morning, I like to see how much work, I think we should establish this as a standard. When you have a new position, tell me exactly what the person do and how many hours this person will be devoted to it, right? So that would be helpful. You and I grew up in public accounting, right? Time is the basic of our budget. That's all we live by. That's why you hire one person, because you're expecting a certain job, certain hours and all this stuff. So that would help me to convince me that's good. But now on the investment type person, I think we're really limited to different investments, right? Really, government,
Yeah.
very thing. But once that is set up, how often do you really switching around go daily? It's not, I train my own portfolio. Okay, I can tell you, I don't handle really good either, but I need more work to keep myself, not more work, but if I'm limited to only liquidated amount, so once it's set up, how often do you really go trading the treasury fund?
So this isn't investment portfolio management, this is treasury management. So we're talking about all the money that comes in and comes out of the RFA. And just not having it sit in and anticipating, like having somebody who makes all the connections and then forecast for our actual cash needs so that we don't have any more than we need to sitting in no or low income investment or in places where it's not going to be earning investment income. So it's different from, that would be a piece of it. That might be a place where we would put some money, right? We might say, well, we aren't going to need this for a while as a result of the work they're doing. But I'm talking about the millions of dollars that we have flowing through this on a daily basis that might sit in our account for an extra couple weeks,
Now, I know there's some, the thing had changed when I was in the bank situation, the treasury function, I was the treasury function, just a SWIFT account type of thing. Are those, can you SWIFT the money?
Local governments can't participate in that.
No government cannot do the SWIFT account.
Not like what you're describing. The banks have coverage requirements for us.
Okay, but then I think Commissioner Fernhoff mentioned that LGIP,
Yeah.
Even them, they cannot manage. You're saying that the person basically don't even need to know how much the money is, just saying determine the amount they need and put it in the investment account. So it doesn't have the expertise of the investment.
No, they would be effectively just forecasting our cash needs and based on cash flow, what's coming in, what's going out, what are we expecting to come, and just making sure that money wasn't sitting in the account that isn't performing for us. That's the idea.
Okay, so what type of person, what grade are you hiring and all that stuff?
This would be the accounting specialist, and I want to say it's a 25 or 30. I don't know for certain.
Oh, okay. So it's not a high, okay, but still $172,000.
Well, that's
because of benefits and all that stuff. Okay. So it would be great, you can give me some hours to spend and all that stuff. So that I can know, so based on that, we can annual evaluation, right, if the job go down in whatever situation that we may. I definitely want you to give you the help because you were supposed to do a lot of really, you and I talk, right? More projections and all that stuff. And I don't want you to do bookkeeping, right? You're way too expensive for doing bookkeeping. So yeah, if you give me that information, I will be able to convince. Okay, yeah.
Anyone listen? Okay, on to central stores expansion.
So I'm gonna combine the West Wing build out and Central Stores together, you guys, I'm sure have read the agenda bills associated with them. This is part of a larger conversation, which is the capital facilities plan. That I'm sure we will be engaging in, as we come down from the budget conversation, to adopt the budget. I anticipate us rolling into what our strategies for capital, the central storage expansion, the challenges, we're challenged for space. I think we've talked about it before, and I think when James did his brief the other night with you guys, we do have some challenges. We're limited space for central stores and some of the things that are going on with it. We're also challenged with office space here in the building. That's not gonna change. These two agenda bills were kind of Band-Aids to limp us along until such time as we get to where we're actually going to go in these conversations. And I think it keeps the conversation about what we need for fixed site resources and what we need for administrative office space and all those in the forefront, for us to continue the conversation about what we're doing long-term for our capital needs in the RFA at the end of the day. And with that, I'll take any questions, but that's the roundabout of those two. They're things that if we did get them done, we continue to function okay. Is it perfect? No, but nothing is perfect as we go, but it keeps the conversation about facilities and not the conversation about station facilities is easy until you get to the infill. Fire stations are easy conversation to have. As we continue to look at support function and support infrastructure, those become a little bit more complex, right? They're not directly related to fire operations in the street. But we have grown a lot. We're now 15 fire stations. We maintain, 15 fire stations, this facility, a training center. We got 2 pieces of property, potentially a third, potentially a fourth, right? Before we go down a path in those divisions about what we need for people, at some point we need to know what our space needs plans are, because that will help determine where the pieces can play and where eventually truly what our people resources actually are. So that's the gist of those two. And I think it's part of a broader conversation as we talk about space and facility needs that you guys are all well aware of, and I look forward to future conversations about that will encompass the last 2 decision packages about what are we going to do with our long-term, in this case, specifically support infrastructure, and what does that look like? And I think us and the rest of staff are looking forward to that conversation when we get to it at the appropriate time.
Speaking of broader conversations, the light rail eventually at this point in time is scheduled to go out to the Bayfield Airport, right? When is that looking to come up towards our property here?
I guess I'm gonna defer to Jason, because Jason probably has the most current knowledge, or Mr. Hoffman may have a better idea, because he looks at those in a different way, so I don't know.
Can you ask the question again? I was spaced now, I'm sorry. Need another judging.
Light rail is going to the airport.
Oh, okay.
And so it's basically gonna come up here to 132nd and jog out to the airport up Airport Road, which is gonna drive up the real estate price, this lot significantly. So, and we're talking about facilities needs and future planning and capital facilities and so forth. My understanding is that that's looking probably about 4 years-ish. Does that sound about right?
Oh, I think I'll take a pass on that.
I was involved in.
I tried.
I was involved in a conversation the other day with the fire academy with some Everett folks, and they were saying 2030.
Yeah, that sounded a little.
They're over 2 years behind on the East Link. As a matter of fact, we're gonna beat them, I think, into operation coming forward.
So after 2030.
And they're grossly underfunded.
Good.
So
They're 2030 and beyond.
Yeah.
How I would answer that question today.
Right, that was my conclusion as well, so thank you.
Well, but actually, that's good. I think we see our opportunity affecting what the route looks like. Okay. Okay, got it. It's still recording?
Yes.
All right, I'm taking ahead my commissioner hat. I'm taking about investment hat. Okay. I think this was our current building. We worth a lot of money
Yes.
and we can go vertical. Okay, and we can, just like Snow 911, you can subleasing to other government agencies. I know the 11th, they still, the county, the sheriff still renting us per month, right? Or any other agency to do that. It's not free.
That's great.
Well, it's not gonna be free.
No, I don't, I gotta think about that. I don't, no, I think
They did improvements, but they're.
I think they did. I think that's was in lieu of improvements in lieu of.
Right.
And quite frankly, for us, having them there as a presence is a good thing for the firefighters at Station
Right.
11 too. That's the other piece we get from that as a exchange of.
But it's also an
In lieu of
exchange,
money, how's that?
but it's also an exchange with Bucket City School District too, right? To that property that it sits on us. And so why would we have a discount rate? Because we always have an ambulance there at the football games and so forth.
No, we that whole thing about the property lease is not related to any of that.
Anyway, in Snow one, I go away, understand that if you cannot go to government property, you can rent it out to, regular business. Probably, I think that is probably a model would be good to have supplemental income, not come from taxpayer and anything else, we generate it. So we can at least help some of the things in there, or maybe we can have the whole place, separate place, we maybe look at a central place, a headquarters. I don't know, for the training, I don't know, but to me, it's a good opportunity for us to influence that. And able to do it, I mean, in the sense that we have 2 pieces of land, which is holding value. Right, 8 acres on Lincoln Way, and then the other one on the Manor. Those are the things that I think we need to do to help out. I'm thinking like a investment point of view. I think, to me, that is elevated the pressure us from all that stuff, so.
The investment piece related to this property, I believe, changed recently when the Sound Transit Board decided not to put in a station here at 128. That they're just gonna run it on by, I think it is gonna run up to Payne Field, but there's no stop here. And that changes, in my opinion, changes the value of this property, because now you can't build a huge apartment complex where everybody can walk to the station and get to Seattle to work. So it's, you can still go down to Ashway Park and Ride is gonna be a station. You can still drive down there, but the walking piece makes a big difference. I
They're not
think
gonna
the
leverage
investment piece.
the Mariner Park and Ride.
I'm sorry.
They're not gonna leverage the Mariner Park and Ride.
It's not really a part. It's changed a lot.
To save money, they abandoned the station. Now, that doesn't mean they couldn't put it back in the future, but at least for now, because of course they're trying to cut costs.
So I didn't know that, so we should able to.
There was a point in time where it was
Yeah.
coming
Yeah,
right through. the
Right.
pro- I mean, there was a point in time where they were gonna actually condemn our property and take it, at some point in time, right? So there's a lot of change that's been happening, and at the end of the day, we're looking. My guess is you're at least 10 years out, and it's gonna change 50 times by then. And the funding and where it goes and how it goes and the track it takes will continue. It's gonna continue to change. Until we actually see bulldozers and construction work being done. From a staff's perspective, that's really speculative. And though it's not outside our radar and we're looking at it, but we're dealing, we have issues that we need to deal with the here and now, and I'm not saying, Commissioner Chan, what you said is not something.
No, I
we should be
didn't
thinking
know that,
about.
that's what I'm saying,
but-
we need to get on the
Yeah.
board and influence.
Well, it's gonna change, it's gonna change next week and, right, but we do have things we need to be talking about, be considering to get us where we need to do so we're functional.
Right.
And I think, we started this conversation at 16 and it's now going on 2023. I guess, I think we need to be cognizant of what's happening with light rail and what does that mean you know, and make that part of our planning process. What I hope we don't do is not make changes that we need to make to function as an organization to provide the service we're providing based on what might be coming down the road. Right? I think we have a history of getting paralyzed.
I want to pick up on that theme right
We
there.
need to be careful and be diligent at the same time. Go ahead.
I want to pick up on that theme right there, because these two, and bring it back to these two items that you're talking about, because these have merits. But I want to tie this back into our earlier discussion of funding sources. And when I looked at those schedules and, you know, kind of the flavor of the conversation was bumping, and certainly the staff recommendation was moving the capital bond out. So it wasn't even listed through 2027. So when we start moving it out that far, I'm concerned that, yeah, there might be enough money to do $130,000, 100,000 square foot central storage expansion or West Wing build out. But I'm concerned that if we push out the bond for the capital facilities plan, we're gonna lose momentum on that. And then we'll be years, if it's 5 years away before we're gonna go to it, people are like, well, someday. And then our current data, which is starting to get stale, will for sure be stale. And so what are we gonna need to do? We're gonna need to hire TCA to come in and do another year-long study to get us back up to speed on what all these things are that we need. And we'll have a partial new group of commissioners who will be going, gee, what? And we'll be doing the same process again to get us to a place where we're ready to potentially pull the trigger on what, at that point, if we wait 5 years, will be a $350 million. Maybe it'll be $500 million if inflation's really bad in the next 5 years. Pull the trigger on that. And we'll lose the potential momentum of potentially going to a capital bond in, say, 2 years or 3 years, where we keep it on the front burner here about, yeah, we really need to start thinking about these stations. We're gonna build station 22. Chief Isatalo, he's gonna be the guy, and he's gonna build all the stations. He's committed to the next 15 years to doing it. He's gonna be our consultant or whatever. We'll be on the front burner talking about this stuff. But if you put the capital bond on 5 years, then it's kind of like, we'll get to it someday, and we lose the momentum. And that's just a function of, we've got all these other things we need to do, and this slots in somewhere, but I'm just afraid that it may slot into the back end and it gets lost.
I think the conversation we had at the break, the original intent for us to move the facilities plan out for now was to get to where we got to with our general revenue stream, which I think was I mean, from staff's perspective, was an awesome conversation to at least, now we have, at least staff knows where we need to drive. I think I would say, if you continue to do a levy lid lift in 27, and we do what we do with the benefit charge next year, I would say we put a dotted line into 26, and our target to do something with facilities, at least some portion of it, we fund in 26. And if because if everything happens, we go and it gets pushed, it's still in the forefront, and I agree with you. What we were not wanting to happen this morning, quite frankly, was to have the facilities plan conversation come in and we have that whole dialogue, and we haven't figured out. What we did today was benefit charge 10-year, EMS, renew the levy in 27. Okay, now, and the guiding principles for erosion of both the fire levy and the EMS levy. Now we know how that's gonna work. Now we can bring the conversation in, and I would say we'll probably, you'll see it now infused at, consider capital vote in 26 as we continue the conversation, because I think your point is true. If we don't do that, and the next thing you know, 2030, you're having a conversation about why didn't we do it? And you know me, it's been something that before I go, I'd love to have a plan to start working towards, right? Because that was a lot of time, a lot of work, a lot of conversation. And I would love to see at least how we want to start the implementation, and part of it is when are we gonna get the dollars? Before I go, and once again, who knows what will happen at 26 in the current world today, it may be very different than it is today. We may choose not to, or we may absolutely say, yes, we are, either one, at least it's things we're talking about, and, it's always on the radar as we go, so I think you'll see that inserted back, Commissioner Kenny. Now that I think from staff's perspective, we actually know where we're, at least the path for revenue long-term. And now we can pigeon in what the facility plan options are. And I think 24, 25, I think Edmonds is in, or Edmonds is totally out. Either way, right? And so in 26, if we're doing it, the Edmonds annexation has happened, or whatever happens with Edmonds at that point will already have happened. And we're in a good place where we're not saying, oh, Edmonds isn't in, and we're not gonna do, I think all that's gonna be, I don't think that's gonna be something that says we can't do it. I think we're gonna be in a place where 26 is a good, at least target for us to consider that, and what fashion of that, moving forward. So I agree with you 100%.
There's just a lot on our plate.
There is.
There's a lot to consider. The timing of it matters. It's just, it's complex.
And what we need to continue to have the conversation, because though we have now a general understanding of where we're moving with revenue, we still have to continue to have that conversation because things change. Right? And though we have a strategy, the ultimate decision is still when the board chooses to move forward on those. And then we need to have that continued dialogue and conversation as we go. And we say it a lot. It's one of the most important things we do is figure out and when to go to the taxpayers for dollars and cents, right? That's and only the board gets to do that.
So Commissioner Kenny, you know, commit yourself for another 10 years, so that you're the only one still alive and explaining to all these capital reserve plans and everything else.
I'll be here with my cane.
Yeah, that would be good.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I'm glad to see that there's some strategy here, at least in this document, about central stores tapping into my emergency management background here, having 6 months supply for disaster response. So really applaud that. So good. Moving forward.
Thank you.
Well, that hits items 10 and 11. Yeah, Bob.
That's it. So for, that's all we have. For next steps, we're gonna come back to you hopefully in one of the last two meetings, so what the second or third meeting in October, we'll come back with the plan that looks like most for the revenue planning topic. We'll bring that back. We'll layer in this conversation that you all were just having. Your capital today wasn't pushed out, it was just taken out, focus the discussion. We can talk about layering that back in as well at that time. And we'll work with you to get that on the agenda.
We have an I didn't know when the right time to bring this up was, but I had a long discussion with the city manager, and one thing I'm not seeing here that I'm sure that Assistant Chief is going to have in mind, maybe it's on one of the other items, is long-term planning for fire marshal services, including plan review and biannual inspections of multifamily units and commercial. We haven't seen in Mount Lake Terrace commercial inspections and multifamily for some time, given that COVID happened. And I know that the other night we had a presentation here, which was great. It explained a lot of what was going on. And we are in the process of rebooting contract negotiations with RFA on fire marshal services. So we just want to see, as we anticipate an addition of 16,000 more units over the next 10 years. With the train station showing up, we are hoping to see that you guys are planning to expand your services to suit the expansion needs that we're going to have as a town that's just been annexed, a city that's just been annexed into RFA.
So just to give you an update, so I've got a draft, I have Todd and David working through it. And I'll be contacting the city manager next week. And then we will build that into the agreement as we continue the conversation, so.
Fantastic, and just to say this, as far as I know, I'm not involved in those particular negotiations. I'm just hoping as the commission moves forward and you look at your future budgets that you're seeing our growth, I'm assuming Briar's growth too, involved in this. Should Edmonds be annexed in, I believe they're anticipating 8,000 more units over that same time period. It's a huge expansion that involves that train station opening up in Mount Lake Terrace. So just something to consider.
I'll tell you about Briar after we're off.
No, I do want to hear. I know you just have a 5 acres now, you're gonna be subdivided, most of them will be.
Yeah, I mean, most of Briar is built out. We don't have a whole lot left. And we still have the 12,500 square foot minimum lot sizes that were put into place in 1965 when Briar became a city.
Right.
Because that is what people moved to Briar for.
Yeah.
They don't want to live in high density. That's why they pay millions of dollars to look across the street at the little 1950s blue house that's run down. Yeah.
We have another new buyer now, right? New people moving in.
Oh, we do, because, you know, a lot of those big lots are being turned into, you know, like the most recent one that's just finishing up with Bill was 6 houses where there used to be one. There's a little horse pasture behind it.
Right.
But those houses are still sitting on the 12,500 square foot lots.
Okay. Are you gonna you're not gonna have more commercial maybe now, or you? No.
Where people would have to give up their homes for it, because we only have that little tiny block and a half worth of. What do we need more commercial for? We can literally just drive, you know, half a mile into Mount Lake Terrace. There's the grocery store and everything. And if you need more shopping, Alderwood Mall's not that far away.
Yeah, okay, great.
All right, well, I think that this comes to the conclusion.
Can I say one thing? So the budget book was published, the chief's preliminary budget will be published a week from today, but it won't go out in the packet. It's gonna go out separately by email, so just be able to look out for it. And then it's officially out there on the 3rd for presentation at the board meeting. So we'll get it on the website on the 3rd as well, but keep an eye on your email very soon.
I'll let you make a. Sounds good, but next time when you have a new presentation, it'd be great, you can send us. When you do a presentation, so I can mark and write down things like that.
Okay.
I think you and I have also, I want to address it to all the staff and everything else. Very different. I kind of grew up in the commercial side of the finance. I think this government thing is more difficult because there's no direct correlation with the cost to the revenue, right? Because no matter what kind of revenue we still need to provide that services. So even though revenue is down, whatever, or the cost of the service gone up, we need it, but we're not expecting to get taxed or when other things recover. So that's the difficulty for me as a commission to say, okay, what do we really need to do, right, to reserve? I'm glad that we still have $20, $30 million to begin with the reserve fund. But I see your projections spending it down. So that's our difficulty. So I want to address to Chief Maxwell. I like the way they say respect the budget, right? One commissioner give you an opening, say, hey, do you want more? Thank you, but I'm not gonna go crazy on that. I hope you understand. I hope the rest of the staff understand that if something we don't agree on, it's not that I don't like that person or the percentage not. it just, to me, as a commissioner, I didn't go priority, what is more important, right? But eventually, anything will come back, we'll have more money, those should be approved, so I hope that your staff are gonna understand that.
I think staff clearly understands that, Commissioner Fan. I think we've made that from senior staff's perspective pretty clear. That just from the chief's perspective, that you brought this forward and it may not make the chiefs submit the budget. We've made that clear to staff from leadership's perspective and I think that translates to the board too. I think that probably the message was probably clearer this year than it has been in years past. So I truly do think that they do understand that, and I really do think they understand it. Like, it's not that they go, okay, you said it. I think they actually understand why behind it too, which is a good thing.
Right, and it's weird, I mean, we're paying $12,000 a year. What? Chief Walker is not even under it's not negative grade, whatever grade that we're supposed to have, right? And yet we have charged to make that decision, right? But there's nothing personal gain or loss for me. I mean, I wish I could just say yes to everything, but reality is not. If I had said yes to everything, we would not have $30 million right now. So I just thank you, staff.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Staff, thank you for putting in the effort to make this happen today. I know it's a lot of effort.
This was an unbelievable workshop for staff. From staff's perspective, this was great dialogue. I hope the commissioners think the same. I think it met what we wanted from a staff's perspective to get out of it, to move forward. And with that, I guess I want to say thanks, because this was, a lot of times we come to workshops and people go, it's a waste of time. This was not a waste of time. And I'm hoping you got as much out of the dialogue as staff did. And I talked to them at the breaks. It's universal from us. It was a very good, and I hope we continue these kind of dialogues moving forward. And as we continue the process. So from staff's perspective, thanks, because it exceeded the expectations that we needed out of this. And for that, I say thank you.
We want to come 2 days on, you say until the last second, okay, that we only have 4 left in here. We're already done already.
I could have stayed at home today and worked on my own budget, but I had actually read the package. In case you guys haven't noticed, when I show up for your meetings, I have read your packet, because being the person who puts the packet together on the other end, it's really important that everybody reads the packet ahead of time. That's why they're sent out. And it's important to be here because, we joined you guys and you gave us a spot at the table, even though we can't vote. It's important for us to be here and represent the people from our areas. So thanks for letting us participate, and I'll continue to be a pain in your rear.
Thank you. On that note, I adjourn.